go ahead and jump straight on into day 9. Day 9 of Ghost of Tsushima. So yeah, let's see what content we have left to do in this game. Okay, continue. Mongol eagles are easily targeted. Only when they're not being annoying pricks. Yeah, that's true. Okay, so we wanted to go here. That was our objective, and we wanted to clear out this this Mongol camp. I remember this. All right, Kaze, I'm probably gonna leave you be, and I'm gonna climb down this cliff here, bud. Okay, how to get down, Chad? How to get down? That was dumb. Whatever. It somehow kind of worked, chat. Whatever, chat. Whatever. It's somewhat working. Oh shit, there are dogs. Okay.
Kum sum tafla. Ugo samurai için nom sum taben. Termun baistarla.
Okay, so we took care of those annoying dogs. That'll be really good for us, chat. This dude is a little bit too far away for me, I think, to, you know, try assassinating him. It's really nice that they put all those annoying dogs together in the same spot. Because, yeah, that would have been a pain in the ass. Nice, good kill there. Hell yeah. Alright. Gotta make sure these bozos don't spot me. What's going on, Drew? Welcome on in, homie. Hope you're doing well. Welcome on in. Welcome. Okay, we gotta stay out of sight here. I do want to take out these archers. These archers are very, very dangerous for me, since they can spot me from far distances. I'm not a big fan of them. Man, I wish I could triple kill them. If they all start walking the same direction, I probably could. Oh damn, they're running far away. Okay. Interesting. Alright, so there's no enemies over here. I really want to get over to that side, but I don't know if it's possible to make it. And I actually don't know if I can make this jump over. I probably can't. Okay, both of those guys are sword wielders. Don't really want to mess with them unless they get closer to me. Yeah, to be honest, the most optimal choice here would be to go jump over to that side, but I do not know how possible that will be. Oh wow, I did manage to grab it. Okay. Interesting, interesting. Loving this way too much? I am. Honestly, you know, in this game, I think that the combat is one of the highlights. Not to say that, you know, the combat is flawless, but I do think that it does have a lot of really cool aspects to it that I do enjoy quite a bit. Beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. God, I love chain assassination so much. How am I doing? I'm doing pretty damn good. I'm pretty doing I can't even English. I can't even English right now because I'm focused on the game. I am doing very well, Drew, and I hope you are the same, man. Yesterday was a bunch of fucking fun, and I can't wait to do it again next Monday. It's gonna be hype. But yeah, like, so ever since yesterday, I've been thinking that, like, you know, my goal for Ghost of Tsushima. God damn, man. I hate that, like, sometimes you get close to an object like this dumb door, and what ends up happening is you get close to this object and it'll be like, oh, do you want to open the door while you're in the middle of a fight? And it's like, no, I am not trying to open a door, I'm trying to swing at this enemy. And it kind of like does not let you do that, which I think is very unfortunate. There we go. Took him out. That guy was a nuisance. Alright. Yeah, but as I was saying, like, I think that one of my major, you know, goals with this game is I think, you know, I would really love to be able to basically, like, finish up this game as quickly as possible. And you know, if I can finish up all of the, you know, I guess like the important content, the major content in this game by, you know, the end of this weekend, I think I would be very, very happy, indeed. There we go. Good shit, good shit. Okay. Take this ladder. But yeah, this game does have its highlights. It does have great things about it that I absolutely enjoy. And, you know, I can probably spend many, many, many hours in this game, losing track of time, and, yeah, just, enjoying whatever content that I can find to do. But, as the saying goes, all good times do eventually have to come to an end, right? So eventually I will reach the finale of this game, and I will be able to put it down satisfactory. I don't even know if that sentence made sense, but basically I'll be very satisfied to complete everything that I want to do in this game, and I can move on. Love the pinned message, by the way. Thanks for promoting the good times, dude. Honestly, like, I always love getting to showcase, you know, collaboration events with other people. You know, in the past, long ago, I've done collab streams with friends of mine where we played things like, I think we played Lethal Company maybe once, and I think we also maybe played Content Warning in the past. But I love, you know, highlighting those moments and enjoying it with everyone. Um, and yeah, you know, it's really nice, at least in my opinion, being a kind of like a guest on one of my friends' channels and being just a voice in the background. You know, that way I don't have the pressure of trying to look, you know, fancy, look proper on a camera, right? I can just relax, do my own thing, and allow the friend of mine to lead the stream, you know? Okay, can I take out these two guys without this bozo noticing me, or is he gonna notice me right away? That's something I am worried about. Oh, he's moving now. I think I should be able to take him out. Yeah, there we go. Lovely. Lovely, lovely, lovely. Okay, and then there's one dude inside. That's easy. Okay, grab the banner. These guys I should be able to drop down on. I don't think that I will be caught by anyone. Maybe. Let me take out these guys now that I have the opportunity. Perfect. Thankfully, these guys are kind of weak, so I don't really have to worry too much about them noticing me and aggroing on. But ideally, you kind of do want to stay as quiet as possible, right? And you wanna make it as clean as possible. Feel you on that? Gives you a chance to relax and enjoy the gaming good times. Yep, exactly. These assassination animations are great. They are really, really nice. They feel very satisfying, which is why, you know, I typically tend to go for stealth options when I can in this game.
Tank Twink!
Beautiful. Absolutely gorgeous.
Ой, өнөөхийг чи харлаа. Тэд энэс мултар чадахгүй. Энэ чулуу мо самурайд хоёор сомсоно. Ямар нэг юм харвуу? Юм алгаа. Явцгач. Гэхдээ болгоомжтой. Дараа муу тарч чадахгүй.
Okay.
Кэж яхин. Бидэн дээр өөрөө ирэг. Сайн харцгаагаарай. Ой, өнөөхийг чи харлаа. Хаана? Энэ үхчихээ. Алсаг алуурсан ойр байна. Оцгой. Тэр тэнд байгаа юу? Энд харагдахгүй л байна.
Don't worry, lads. It was just the wind. It was nothing
Уцаа дээрж
else.
мэдэн. Сэрэмжтэй бай. Ахиад
Just the
учруул.
wind.
Үхтэл
Nothing
болгоно.
new. Okay, let's see if I can potentially get up this cliff. I have no idea if it's possible. Gotta be careful so they don't spot me. Nicely done. Yeah, this is not a great situation with those two bozos kind of hanging out on the bridge. But I think eventually they will de-aggro and go back to their original spots. At least that's what I'm hoping. But it might take them a little while. The wind killed your friend. Exactly, yeah. Must have been the wind. Couldn't have been anything else. Definitely not a large man hiding in the tall grass. That is certainly not the cause of death. So does this dude on the bridge move anywhere else? Because if he doesn't move, that's gonna be... Okay, he is moving. Good, okay, okay. Nope.
Here you.
Nope, 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 nope. Too dangerous, too dangerous.
And you биш.
Тийм баха.
Okay.
Ой,
Let's be
өнөөхийг
very
чи харлаа.
cautious.
Тэд энэс мултарч чадахгүй. Энд тэр самурай бололтой. Алднаа тэрнийг. Ой, өнөөхийг чи харлаа.
Good. This guy saw me. Can you fucking get away from that box, you dumbass? Like, why were you just standing there? There we go. That guy's annoying. You're dead. You're dead.
Энд алга.
Хаа вэ тэр? Тэнд байна.
Oh my god. He managed to fucking slice me before I could assassinate him. That's so fucking cheap. Okay. Destroy the black powder cache. Where the heck is this thing? Okay, nicely done.
Сахи айрагнаас дээр байж мэднэ.
All right, we have a nice sword battle to do now. Thankfully, this guy does not have a really annoying weapon, so I can just kind of take him down pretty easily. Nicely done. Okay. Okay. Nope, I failed that. Okay. What? Whoa, 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 whoa. Hello? There we go.
もうこの鎧とは違うようだが、どこで手に入れた？
Piece of Mongol armor. A piece of Mongol armor custom built for Khotun Khan, found at Bartu's mining camp. In any case, chat, nicely done. We completed that shit. It was very close to being a completely flawless, win, a flawless victory. The biggest problem that I experienced during that fight, which I was not happy about, is I feel like basically there were moments of that fight where I was dodging the attacks, right? And then after I dodged the attacks, I would be like, okay, it's now time for me to counterattack. So I would press the Y button. But then, for some reason, even though I was pressing the Y button, it felt like the game did not, it did not allow my character to counterattack until like a couple of seconds after I press the Y button, which made no sense. I was like, why is my character standing there doing nothing, not swinging, when I'm clearly pressing the Y button? And so I feel like there's this major issue where pressing one button in the game, it sometimes feels like it takes like fucking 10 years for that, you know, animation, that action, that behavior to finish before the next one is activated. And I don't really like that. I don't like how you cannot very quickly, very smoothly chain together moves. It doesn't feel very fluid. You know, it doesn't feel like the combat systems of other games out there, which in my opinion are better quality. So yeah, I was not very happy with the hits that I took during that fight. I think that though some like I would say probably all of those hits that I took were due to some kind of input problem where I was attempting to do a move, but the game did not read that input properly and did not allow me to do it. And it just felt very frustrating to experience that. But yeah, in any case, let's continue onwards, chat. Let's go to the next location. So we're gonna fast travel here. And then we need to go this way, it seems like. Yeah, that way. Alright, Kaze, let's go, buddy.
まだ諦めんぞ。
Yeah, I think, you know, this is kind of borrowing words a little bit from one of the streamers that I watch, right? He was talking about a different game. He was talking about Black Myth Wukong. And he said that essentially, you know, his feeling towards the game is that you know, when the combat works, when the combat actually does what you want it to do, and you know, when you are able to successfully fight enemies and bosses and whatnot, it feels very satisfying. You know, it feels very, very, very fun. But then, you know, there are times when the combat mechanics, they do not work for you, and they are not optimized, right? And it's when those situations occur that the game feels frustrating to experience. And I do think that that is, you know, an accurate description for this game as well, where it's like, when you are in combat, and when the combat does work as intended, and there's no input issues or anything like that, this game feels really, really, really clean, really well polished. But then, during moments when the you know, combat mechanics fail, and you're not able to successfully, you know, take down enemies properly, it just does not feel good. It does not feel satisfying. Okay, where'd you go, buddy? Where are you walking off to, bud? Get back over here. Sorry, not Kagame, Kaze. I keep mixing up the two names quite a bit. Okay, is this a hostage situation? It is. Okay, okay. Gotta be careful here.
Тэнд байна.
Харж гин.
Энэ үхчихээ.
Okay. What are the bonus objectives, by the way? Shoji assassination. Wait, what the heck is a Shoji assassination? What? I do not know what that is, chat. Hmm. Wait, assassinate an enemy behind a Shoji door. Oh, okay, okay. I know what that is, chat. I know what that is.
Үхтэл болно.
I think I need to reset that. Yeah, because they're gonna go and attack the hostage now that they noticed me. How the heck am I supposed to get down from here, chat? Okay. There's not an opening over there. Interesting.
Юу ч болж мэднэ шүү.
Should be able to get this guy. If he comes close to the door, I think that I can assassinate him.
Болсон байлгүй дээ. Бэлэн байгаарай.
I wonder if there's a shoji door anywhere around here. Beautiful.
Тайван бай.
逃げても殺されるだけです。
Okay, I should be able to free this guy now.
動くな。
Nicely done.
祈りが通じたようです。
行け。達者でな。
どうしようもない。ただ死を待つだけだ。
Alright, let's see here. We have some more hostages that are like way over here, it looks like.
Тише.
Хан!
Дөрбиш басан бололтой. Зөв.
Болцоор тэнд хүлээж байгаа. Хараа, яг барина. Тэнд байна. Хан!
Тэр тэн
How
байгаа
the hell did this guy see us?
Бушо! Дошо!
Oi, come back here.
欲しいもの何でもやるから。
待たせてしまったな。
このことは生涯忘れません。
さあ、早く逃げよ
足は痛いし、腹も空いたな。
Samurai zog
Барчла хан! Очиж барь!
Загти!
That's so weird, chat. I don't really understand what the fuck happened, because basically, you know, there was this one hostage that I was working on protecting, that I was, you know, trying to free, and then all of a sudden, the enemies, like, ran all the way over there where there's another hostage, and decided to, like, attack that hostage. That has never happened before in the entire game, and it is something very, 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 you know, that you know, type of, like, mechanic or whatever, that's not really normal. That's not supposed to happen. It's very, very bizarre, very strange. I do not think that is how, you know, the game, should be designed, and I don't think it is how the game is designed to function like that. right? So yeah, I'm extremely confused as to, you know, why shit like that kind of like was the way that things went down, because that's not normal enemy behavior, right?
Niks zagen ochtends.
Okay.
Hücum байгаарай. Тэнд байна.
Харж гин.
Тэд энэс мултарч чадахгүй.
Бүгдээрээ мос самураг не туцкай.
Beautiful. That was a lovely triple kill.
動くな。
この命すっかり諦めておりました。
道中気をつけよ。
家を建てて女を見つけて家族を作る。俺励むよ。
Alright, chat. Looks like we have ads starting soon. Once they start, we'll do our little exercise session. But until they start happening, I'm just gonna walk around here and I'm gonna try to find the hostage that I need to grab. That I need to free from being captured. Okay. Seems like there's someone on that roof over there. Alright, we have ads starting, chat. So, while the ads are going, let's take a break. Let's do some exercise. And, yeah, let's stretch a little bit. Take care of our health. Oh, boy. Oh, that feels good. That feels really good. Oh, yeah, man. Oof. Earlier today, chat, you know, my family, we were trying to figure out what we wanted to have for dinner. And, you know, we don't really have a lot of food that, like, can be quickly cooked, quickly made. The only, like, quick items that we have available is we do have some burger patties. I think we only have, like, 3 of them remaining, or 2 of them. So we have, like, you know, hamburger patties that we could, you know, grill on a pan. Or we have grocery store frozen pizza. And so, you know, today I was thinking like, well, we haven't had pizza in a while, so let's have that. And my family ended up baking both of the frozen pizzas that we had available. We only had 2 rather than more. And the 2 pizzas that my family bought, both of them were the exact same kind. I think it was like, you know, pepperoni with sausage and ham, you know, Canadian bacon. and the pizza, that we bought from the grocery store, it was pizza with super duper thin crust, right? Which is not really something that I typically love. Like I would say that if you gave me the choice, um, if you gave me the choice of what pizza I would like to eat, I think that like almost all the time I would probably say I like pizza that has a pretty big, doughy crust. I think I tend to like that more. And of course, like stuffed crust, for example, is absolutely delicious. Um, but I have to say that, you know, in contrast to other times that I've eaten, thin crust pizza, the one that we had tonight was actually not that bad. Um, Typically, I stay away from thin crust, but this one that we had, I think it was DiGiorno pizza. It was pretty acceptable, pretty sufficient. Um, yeah. I think my only dislike of the pizza that we had is that they did, according to the ingredients, they did add some random spices to the flavoring of the pizza. And so instead of it just being, tomato sauce and then the flavor of pepperoni and meat and whatever, they also had like a little tiny extra kick to it, an extra spice added in. And I'm not the biggest fan of that method of that flavoring. It wasn't horrible. I've definitely had pizzas that tasted worse, but I think that they could have made it without those, random assortment of spices, and it would have been perfectly fine. But yeah, I do have to say that when it comes to pizza, I feel very strongly about this opinion, and I will definitely stand my ground and argue against anyone who doesn't agree. I think that when it comes to pizza, pepperoni is so fucking overrated. Like pepperoni, it is a basic bitch ingredient on a pizza, and I think that the best pizza toppings, right? The best pizza flavorings are ones that do not have any pepperoni at all. I think that pepperoni is like, that is the pizza topping you eat and enjoy as a young child. And then when you grow up into an adult, you realize that there's so many better choices out there. And you kind of grow out of it. And people, I feel like people out there who, they say, oh man, you know, regular plain pepperoni pizza is my favorite type of pizza. I don't know. Those people, I feel like they have not tasted actual truly delicious pizza. They have not tasted something really really good quality. But that's just, yeah, that's my opinion, my stance that I will argue about, because pepperoni, I don't know, it's such a mediocre pizza topping. I'm not a fan of it. I would rather have, other types of meats or even vegetables instead. Um, but yeah, yeah, yeah. Okay, so we did our stretches. I think I did 5 on each arm of the what's it called? The dumbbell lifts. I'm feeling pretty good right now. So we're warmed up. We're ready to go. Let's dive on back into the game chat. Okay, so I'm gonna do that, and then I need to grab my controller and make sure that the stupid wire does not get in the way. There we go. Okay, here we go, chat. Back into the game.
Чи харав уу? Очиж.
Okay, there's an enemy right underneath.
Юу ч болж мэднэ шүү.
Interesting. Am I able to... Lovely. Okay.
Ой, өнөөхийг чи харлаа. Хаана? Сайн харцгаагаарай. Тэр тэнд байгаа юу? Юм алгаа.
殺してください。
Ямар нэг юм харав уу? Энд харагдахгүй л байна.
Dervish Basan Palota. Ямар нэг юм харав уу?
Юм алгаа. Уцаа дэрж мэдэн сэрэмжтэй бай. Дараа мултарч чадахгүй. Самурай буцаад ирнэ гэж өрөөцөө.
Бидний намайг бродгадбар.
There we go. Alright, took care of those two threats. That would have been really, really bad if we got, you know, attacked by those dogs and we're not able to stay under cover.
Solari check.
Тимэ.
Nicely done.
逃がしてやる。
This should be the final hostage, I believe. I could be wrong.
お侍様、助かりました。
You're very
わしら
welcome.
はこの鎧を守るよう頼まれたのですが、あなたにお預けするべきですな。
誰がこれを？
わけもわからぬまま渡されました。
妙だな。俺が預かろう。
Okay. Piece of Mongol armor. A piece of Mongol armor custom built for Khotun Khan. Found at Morimai Brewery. Alright. Very, very nice. So we've liberated this area. It'll go back to normal. And then we head over to the final Mongol territory in Tsushima. That we can liberate. And then after that, we can potentially focus on other quest lines, you know, other side objectives. Okay, good shit, chat. So now, let's see. Fast travel, why is it disabled? There we go.
クロードが刃を交えるのは聖者だけではない。この世に縛られた
Okay, I think we should be able to go through this area here. Alright. Let's go, Kaze. Heading up north to the very final Mongol area that we need to liberate. And it seems like we get to enjoy a, you know, another Mongol general standoff fight. So that'll be really nice.
凍えてきた。火を探さねば。一番手は誰だ？
Bring it on, bozos. Let's do a standoff. I actually don't know if I hit him. Oh well, that's fine, chat. We'll leave him be. Don't need to chase him down. I honestly have no idea how it happened, but it seems like I somehow managed to, like, shoot a deer with my arrow, which I was not even, like, aiming for that deer. Yeah, I don't know. The deer vanished, chat. It just, like, poofed into thin air after I shot it. Alright, Kaze. Let's go. Stupid pigs.
Надаа энэ дайсан хамаагүй сүрчигнээд байх юм.
What's going on, Quinn? Welcome on in. Hope you're doing well. Happy Tuesday to you. Alright, let's see here. Wait, what are you doing? Nope, you don't get to, nope, you don't get to fire that off. No, thank you. Okay, let's see if I can actually make this thing work. I don't know if it will, but we can try.
Humnaасан болгоомжуул.
Okay.
I want my son. Sumota.
Ooh, that was a clean kill right there.
Явж туслая. Тийм ээ. Доошоо! Доошоо!
Hmm.
Шуглах шиг болсон. Юм алгатаа.
Doşo! Doşo! Doşo!
Whoever that dude is, chat, he's got a fucking insane throwing arm.
Тэгтээ болгоомжтой. Тэр биш вэж.
So far, we're doing good, chat. Cleaning up enemies left and right. Okay. I can hear barking somewhere, which is not a good sign.
Би тэр сэлмийг авмаар байна. Улбсан байгаа шин жаалга.
We'll worry about those enemies later. Can I assassinate this guy here? Hmm.
Надаа энэ дайсан хамаагүй. Сүрчигнээ та.
Lovely. Absolutely lovely. Okay, so now I think there's 2 enemies down here. I should be able to assassinate both of them, but I might have to fight one of them. Yeah, because this guy, I feel like he does move, but I'm not sure how far he moves.
Сангаж байна. Бэлэн байгаарай. Юу болохыг хэлж мэдэхгүй.
Beautiful.
Явж туслая.
Okay, lovely. So now I apparently need to do the exact same thing to 4 additional enemies as well throughout this particular stage here. Alright, so first the plan is going to be figure out where these dumb dogs are and how to get rid of them. Lovely stuff. Lovely stuff. Okay, I see one of the animals. Question is, where's the other one at?
Манайхыг хийж байгаа бол.
Yeah, that's gonna be rough.
行ってこい。
Stand up time, baby.
Чи зүгээр таны олд.
One. Two. Three. Okay. I was waiting for a second there, chat, because I wanted to see if those annoying dogs were going to end up kind of chasing after me. Thankfully, it does not seem like they will be. Nicely done. I think we're missing a banner, chat. We're missing one of the flags that we need, if I'm not mistaken. Wait, I might have found it. Underneath the bridge. Sneaky motherfuckers. Okay. So, there are enemies up here. Seems like there's only 3... Wait, no. There's a 4th one here.
Нэг юм харсан да.
Чи юу харсан?
Huge wish wish.
Тийм бол яах вэ?
Би юм чимиг хөдөргүй. Нэг юм харсан да.
Тэнд байна.
Нэг саахан уух юмсан.
Okay. motherfucker. Okay. Nicely done. Bye-bye.
Oi! Arvo!
Nice. There we go. Lovely. Hell yeah. It's very interesting. I feel like, you know, there have been many moments during this mission here where I think to myself, oh, I've gotten all the enemies. I look around and I don't see any signs of red, and then out of nowhere more appears, and I'm like, oh, okay, never mind. I guess I didn't get all of them. Okay, why is my character just floating in midair there? Very weird physics. Alright, here we go, chat. We should be now doing the show-off. Yep, there we go. The standoff, not show-off. Although we could show off our skills if we do this fight properly. What? I definitely sidestepped that shit. What? Hello? Fuck you. Hold on. Yeah, reset that shit. Reset that shit from the very beginning. That is absolute bullshit, the way that I pressed the inputs and the game was like, oh, you did not dodge that. And I'm like, hello? In what world? Alright, let's redo this. Come on. Okay. Okay, we're doing good, chat. We're doing good. Let's fucking go, chat. Hell yeah.
腕の良い対馬の職人が作った鎧
That
だ。
was fucking clean.
鎧は全て揃ったが体には合わぬな。これを探しておる者がいるはずだ。
Okay, let's see here. Piece of Mongol armor. Piece of Mongol armor custom built for Koltun Khan found at Dolgshin's mining camp. Very nice. So it seems like we now have the full armor set, which is dope. And it appears that there's yeah, there's some kind of quest line involved with this armor. Your legend grows. The Raging Storm. Ooh, I like that. A lot of these nicknames are fucking amazing. Okay, max HP increased, and our max resolved increased as well. Oh, wait. Cutscene? Seems like there might be a cutscene. Charm of Incineration. Enemies struck by black powder bombs catch on fire and deal burn damage to nearby foes. I like that. I like that a lot. Technique point earned. Fuck yeah. Alright. Very, very nice, chat. Give me a quick second here. I'm gonna go ahead and do my Pokemon card pack openings for today. And then after that, we can continue on with the game. Are any of these new cards? No, they're not. Oh my god, that's my 7th version of that card? Holy fuck. This is crazy. I feel like, you know, chat, currently in the Pokemon TCG app, you know, there are 3 brand new packs that are available. And, you know, the crazy thing is that even though these packs are new, I feel as if I've already completed like 90% of the Pokedex for these packs, which is crazy bizarre because I definitely did not do that many pack openings, and yet I keep getting a bunch of these, like, you know, common, very basic, simple Pokemon cards from there, which is a little bit of a shame. Okay, let's see here. We do have upgrades from the Armorer, okay. And we do have upgrades from the Trapper as well. Okay, okay. Okay, so let's fast travel to this area. And let's see what we can do. We have the Armorer, I believe, is over here. I don't remember where the heck the Trapper is located, but we'll figure it out. Okay, Samurai Clan Armor. We can upgrade that to max. Golsaku's Armor. Could upgrade that one to max. That one's already maxed out. Hmm. Let me see here. Do we want to upgrade the Samurai Clan one or the Gosaku's armor? Probably Gosaku, right, chat? I feel like this benefit is a lot better than the Samurai armor one. So yeah, we'll upgrade the Samurai Clan armor next, and then after that we can work on the Ghost armor if we want to. Okay. Alright. Techniques. We do have 2 technique points. Let's see here. Perform Stone Stance heavy attacks with ferocious speed. Inflict increasing damage with each attack in your flurry strike. Enemies thrown by a Typhoon Kick are knocked down. 3 fast spinning strikes. There we go. We'll take these 2. I feel like out of the 4, they're the 2 most useful for us. Alright, so where the heck is our friendly trapper? Maybe he's out here? There he is. We found him, chat.
さあどうぞ見ていってくださいよ。
Ranged upgrades, quickfire upgrades. Hmm.
お目が効きますね。お役に立ててください。
Alright, very nice. Very nice indeed.
お達者でお侍様。
Okay, so we got that upgraded. That means we don't need to do anything else there. Let me take a look. So what else do we want to do, chat? I definitely think that we should, you know, kind of start with some of the character tales and work on, you know, the earliest ones that we have available. So I'm trying to think, what do we need to complete? I suppose if we take a look at this map here, the most southern character quest that we have seems to be Lady Masako. Let's do this, and then let's go fast travel here. That seems to be a smart plan. Alright, Kaze, let's go, bud.
いや
海で死んだらしい。
I wonder if you're supposed to do the quest line for Lady Masako, like this one. If you're supposed to do it, like, before you finish her main quest.
Masako殿
상가 없네.
스케다치, 감사스루.
Okay.
何をしておいでですか。
家族を探しておる。夫は見つかったのだが、二人の息子がまだ。
対馬の武士らしいお働きでした。
最後の地を知らぬか。
いえ、戦は混乱を極め、叔父上を見失うほどでした。手伝わせてください。
Interesting. So we are basically like looking for and identifying some dead bodies that we, belongs to loved ones of Lady Masako. Okay.
来い。これから浜のこちら側を探す。見ろ、兵だ。
足立家の兵です。
ああ。だがなぜ一人落ち延びようとしたのか。
すべての老頭が主の仇を討とうと勇んでおりました。逃げることなく。
良いことを聞いた。皆忠義を尽くしたか。一族の旗を見つけたら知らせてくれ。
Alright, let's see here. Seems like the blue banner is pretty visible, so that's nice.
政子殿、こちらへ。足立家の旗。浜を進んでいた様子。
ならば我らもこの方角に進むぞ。
菊池家の旗。
こやつは見たことがないな。姉の夫も仕えていたが。
兄君も近くにいらっしゃるはず。探しましょうか。
今はいい。息子らを探すのが先だ。
堺家の旗だ。私の馬。私は死ぬところを。
申してみろ。
叔父上に救われました。
その恩は返さねばな。おかげで生き延びたのだ。悲嘆するな。
Oh, is this maybe one of hers?
誰です。
正則だ。若輩者ではあるが、年老いた父親に代わり戦に出陣した。
肝が据わっておる良い息子だ。
ああ。だが我が子はどこだ。
Only one new card. Damn. We're back, chat. Sorry about that. Had to make sure that my
長尾家の武士だ。
弓の名手を抱える一門でした。
右に出る者はいなかったな。
先生さえご出陣くだされば。
yeah, I had to make sure that my Pokemon dailies and whatnot were completed.
志村家の旗だ。
戦の最中、この旗が倒れるたび、叔父上かとおののきました。
死を恐れるのは世の断りだ。
この先は岩場です。
ここにも。氏影、息子らの良き友であった。最後までそばにおったはずだ。
ではこの近くに。
行くぞ。猛虎のムクロも置き去りか。
無用ということです。
Oh shit.
重里、重成、かような扱いがあるか。
下ろしましょう。
It's interesting, the second name that she mentioned for her son, it was not what matched the
残っておれ
subtitles.
ば妻とこの隣で眠れたというのに。
有明へは遠く危険な旅です。近くに埋葬できる地があれば弔うこともできましょう。
かがり火台、幼い息子の遊び場だった。今は猛虎の手にあるがな。
ならば奪うまで。
かがり火台はこっちだ。
Ain't no problem if the lighthouse is occupied. Who
二
cares
人は
about
かが
that
り火台が好
nonsense?
きでな。遅くまで戻らぬ時は決まってそこにおって星を眺めていた。
良き母ですね。
そう自負しておったが、二人の子が先に行き、母が残るなど、これほどの無念があろうか。
母上を亡くした時、私も己を呪いました。
しかしお主は幼く、母君は病。お主にできることなどなかっただろう。
それが事実でも慰めにはなりませぬ。
そうだな。
Alright, where's this lighthouse that we need to attack? Get me over there and we'll beat them Mongols down. Sychel's Point.
畜生ども、覚悟するがいい。
どうしようどうしようどうしよ
まだです。新手が来ます。
下から来るぞ。
ご用心を。あれを森から来ます。
キリがないぞ。
うどうしようどうしようどうしよう
ティム барь.
You bitch.
Adjutanlassen!
Fuck you.
Handjag auf für ihn, Herr.
I was not doing that. You're dead. Oh shit, we have ad break. Ad break, chat. Didn't even realize it. Wasn't even paying attention. Okay, 3 minutes to go, chat. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Alright. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, very nice. Very nice indeed. Alright, quick workout during the ad break. Do a little bit of stretching. I'm gonna stand up as well, just to make sure that my legs don't feel as if there's no blood flow going through them. Don't get, constricted or anything. Stretch the legs a little bit, move them around. There we go. Stretch the hands, the old fingers and everything. Ooh, that feels good. Yeah, do some twists. Let me see. Swing my arms round and round and round by my side, just to get the blood flowing. Oh, there we go. Ah, very nice. Yeah, chat, one thing that I don't really understand what is happening in this game, and I'm not understanding like when this mechanic actually occurs, right? So there's this mechanic that I unlocked in this game, and it says that when the enemy, so okay, when you are doing an attack on an enemy that has a spear, right? If you do an attack and the enemy is also trying to swing at you, you will automatically parry the attack, right? I feel like that mechanic does not consistently work. I feel like there are instances where, I am attempting to do an attack on one of those spear guys, and he will be, swinging back at me. But I guess that maybe it's because, the enemy attacked me a millisecond earlier or something. It does not allow me to automatically parry the attack. And, I feel like, let's say, right, hypothetically speaking, let's say that the actual game mechanic is that if you are in the middle of an attack and like you're swinging at the enemy, and then the enemy does their own attack at you after you are in the middle of your attack, then it automatically parries, right? So if it's like a situational thing where you have to be attacking first, then the enemy has to attack you for you to automatically parry. I feel like they need to make that crystal clear. They need to make it transparently obvious that that is the mechanic, and it cannot be this vague garbage bullshit of like, oh, anytime that, you know, you are attacking and the enemy is attacking you, the parry will automatically activate, right? Like that, I feel as if it is misleading. I feel as if that is incorrect. That is just plain and simple wrong. So I think that the description of this ability in the game is not specific enough. It's not worded properly. And I don't like that. So yeah. That is something that I definitely am not happy with. And I wish that you know, the game would do a better job, I guess, of describing things, you know. Okay. So, let's keep going. Let's finish up this story, hopefully.
ようやくだ。息子らを運ぼう。二人が元服した後も世を明かすことを許さず呼びに参ったものよ。
母を亡くしてから恋しかったのは私を呼ぶ声でした。
母君は安らかに眠っておる。安心しろ。
Charm of Fortunate Return. It's a very fitting name. Okay, let's see here. So we completed that. Let's see. What else do we have to do? We have Kenji's tale, that is true. Okay, we can do Kenji's. Tale of Yuna. Norio. Yuriko. And I think that might be all. Okay. So let's start off, chat. Let me see here. Wait a second. Who's this? Norio. Okay. So let's start off with Kenji's, because Kenji's is quite short, I think. So we'll start off with his. We'll go here. And then after that, we can do Yuna's quest, because hers, I think, is 4 parts. And then after that, we have Norio and Yuriko as well. Okay, I'm pretty sure that Kenji was somewhere over here.
Sakai-sama!
ケンジ、どうした？
いやー、ちょうどいい時にお越しくださいましたね。この先に猛虎の野営があって、食い物やら着物やら薬がたっぷり、何十人何百人分も、しかも兵が出払ってて分取るとしたら今ですよ、今。
何か隠しておるな。
そんな滅相もありませんよ。猛虎はいなくて物資はどっさり。あっしらの分も島のみんなの分も。
この木を逃すのは口惜しい。案内しろ。
さすが分かってくれると思ってました。
natto and the sake cellar. Interesting. When I see the name or the word natto, it reminds me of the terrible, tasting food. There's a particular food in Japanese cuisine which is
な
called
ぜ野営
natto.
を見つけた？
猛虎兵をつけてみたんです。そしたら奴ら物見を置かず略奪に行くんでさ。
では道で誰を待っておった？
待ってて、いや誰も。酒井様にはたまたまお会いしたんですよ。
槍川の町に身を寄せる民は物資が足りず困っておろ
そうそう助けてあげませんとね。
Yeah, I feel like Kenji's hiding something. But as I was saying, there's a food in Japanese
言った通り
cuisine
どこもかしこ
which
も
is
物資だら
called
け。
う。集められるだけ集めてくれ。
it's called natto, and it's I believe if I'm not mistaken, it is basically
食料も多いな。魚、野菜、米、泡。これらすべて島のものか。
奴らの口にも合うんですね。
the natto dish is essentially fermented beans, I believe, and I've never tasted it myself, but I've heard stories about natto. It seems like it is very, very, very like pungent.
殺してやる。
お主は
ケンジの息の根を止めてやる。よくも見捨てたな。
違う、誤解だ。助けを連れてきた。こちらは酒井様、噂のクロード様だ。
事のあらましを言い開け。
ケンジに騙されたんですよ。
騙してなんかいません。猛虎が物資を買うはずだったのに銭を払わず代わりにこの夏を捕虜に取ったんですよ。
猛虎が買うはずだった？
あいつら戻ってくる。早く縄ほどいて。
物資はどこで手に入れた？
スゲガサ州から盗んだ。
酒井様、猛虎の気をそらせます？
逃げるつもりか？
そんな策ですよ。信じ。
当てにはならんな。そやつと逃げろ。
Of course, Kenji.
harsinta. Чую harsa.
Olsun zaten.
鍵が硬い。ほら、急げ。おいと、熊だ。逃げろ。
Hirliak orpen.
Kurdan törnegozi.
どうした？
逃げがさしゅう。隠れろ。
俺たちから盗めると思うのか？
あれ、俺たちの酒樽だ。もう一人手を出させるな。盗人どもめ。
Okay.
ケンジ、夏夫、もう出てきてもいいぞ。
お助けを。
出られません。酒井様、お願いいたして。
Shut up, Kenji. You're the one that got everyone into this mess. That's a you thing.
交渉ですから。
檻なら安全だと思ったら。
開かなくなって。
What a bunch of morons.
ありがとうございました。
ああ、助かった。
これからどうするのだ？
これからあの酒樽を荷車に乗せて。
ケンジ、お怒りだぞ。
酒井様、あっしら物資を困ってる人に届けることしか考えてませんってば。例えば槍川の野営とか。
持てるだけ持っていけ。その野営を訪れ、食料と薬で満たされておるか調べるぞ。
はい、酒井様。
はい、酒井様。
Alright, there we go, chat. 2 bumbling bozos that we had to save. Kenji and natto. But yeah, I every time I think of the natto, fermented beans, I always just think like, no, thank you. I easily would skip that shit and never go close to it, because I've tried well, I actually don't know if I've actually eaten any of the other types of food before. Like, for example, there's durian, which is a very infamous food that is known for its horrible smell. And then there's also stinky tofu that exists, right? I don't think I've ever eaten any of those, but I have, I've unfortunately experienced the smell of those foods, and they all are absolutely horrifying. So I do not have any interest in trying them. But yeah. Okay, let me see here, chat. Tales of Tsushima. What do we have here? So we have Yuriko, Norio, sort by most recent, sort by nearest, sort by reward, sort by most recent. Okay, so let's go and teleport to this area over here, and let's start good old Kenji's third and final quest. Speak with Kenji. Where are you? You absolute rascal of a character.
Kenji, 何をしておる？
堺様、祈りが通じました。
どうせまた揉め事であろう。申し開いてみろ。
実は賊に金を借りたんです。肉屋のゴンに。
返せばよかろう。
返します。でもおかしなところで落ち合うことになっちまって、足の喉をかっきる気なんですよ。
こたびは何をしでかしたのだ？
酒と薬をちょこっとだけ高く売って、その金で伊豆原から人を逃がしただけなんですけどね。気づかれました。
人助けはせめんがやり方を変えろ。
足は本当にバカだ。
俺に尻拭いをしろということか？
もしゴンが襲いかかってきた時のために見張っててくれるだけでいいんです。下手に出てきてもらっちゃ足が恨まれちゃいますから。
お前も考えたようだな。こたびは手を貸そう。
ありがたや。
You know, chat, Kenji is definitely, like, as he mentioned, right, he's an idiot. And I feel like he has a good heart, but I don't really know if I like his character. Because
いい子だ。
I think
賊に返
that
す金は持ってきたのか？
もちろんですよ。ゴンはこの近くの橋で待っとります。
案内を。
I feel like he's the type of person where he, does things, right? He acts
揉
way
め事は
before
毎
he
度のことで
thinks.
すが、体がブルッと震えてきました。
震えを収めたいか？嘘をつかないことだな。
最初の嘘は咎められなかったもんですから。
何度ゴンを騙したのだ？
3度。
3 times?
剣術の商いをしろ。
それも命がけですよ。最初の品は坊主んとこの酒でしたし。
まさか盗んだというのか。
もし捕まっても多めに見てくれそうでしょ。
知恵を絞ったのだな。
そうでしょ。だけどあいつら僧兵でして太刀や薙刀を持ち出してきっとまだ探してますよ。
世話しない男だ。
そうなんですよ。厄介に巻き込まれてばかりで。
身から出たサビというものだ。顧みるべきだな。
Pretty much, yeah. Yeah, that's more accurate. He's the one that's causing his own problems. He's digging the hole and jumping in the hole. You know, he's not the one that is the victim here. I don't know, like, I think that in his heart, Kenji is, you know, Kenji's a good person.
橋へ行け。俺はゴンが見える場所を探す。
では、もしもの時のための合言葉を。これどうです？お元気で何より。
好きにしろ。
Yeah, I feel like, you know, if there was a person like this in my life, they would probably piss me off a whole crap ton, and I would be very, very annoyed with them.
Ah, 賊だ。罠だったか。騒ぎを起こさずに賢治を守らねば。
なんでまたこんな偏僻なところに。
ここなら俺が丸腰。よくわかるだろ。
またご冗談を疑うもんですか。
金は
もちろんここに。まったくどうしてこんなことになったのか。足にもさっぱりだな。
まあ気にすることはない。金の話をしたいわけではない。
賢治を殺すにしては数が多すぎるな。
麻布浦に行ったことはあるか。
そりゃもう
飽きないで。
ええ。で
あざものでの漁師と知り合って話を聞いたのだ。クロードが猛虎を一掃し、ついでに鍛冶屋も消えたらしい。
クロードの話なんてデタラメ。こいつを殺せ。クロード。
Did I really fucking get noticed there? That's so annoying. Okay, okay. Wait, what? Can I not reset that? That makes no sense.
Mouka までおるぞ。
I have no more arrows? Are you kidding me?
おいよけろ。
また借りができてしまいました。
いくつ貸せば済む。
お返しします。酒ででも蔵ででも。それとも
検事、なぜ千なきことに命を賭すのだ。
船内なんて全ては飯と金と寝床のため。
お前はタカを救った上、薬も配っておるではないか。
そんな褒めないでくださいよ。
お前には才がある。対馬を救うために力を尽くしてくれ。
そうします。名誉なくして賢人なし。
I don't know about that. I don't know if honor is his specialty. But he has good intentions. We'll give him that. We'll give him that. Charm of broken barriers. Okay. Tale of Yuna. We have Norio's, which is a pretty long tail, it looks like. And then we have Yuriko's as well. Okay, okay. Okay, where is hers located? Seems like it might be this way. Near the Otsuna border. Okay, okay.
Jin.
言うな。まさかここでお主と会うとは。
来るつもりじゃなかったさ。
誰がやった。
もうこの百個町アルタン。大綱でひどい話を聞いたよ。人を人とも思っちゃない。食い物や薬を奪い民をなぶり殺して。手向かったり逃げようとした者がいれば。
血祭りにあげる。そういうことか。
馴染みの友がこの先の宿を仕切ってるんだ。放ってはおけない。
そやつを助け、アルタンに引導を渡すぞ。
God damn. Just random bodies hanging from trees. It's not a very pretty sight you want to see, chat. Not at all.
宿はこっちだよ。
友と
Poor
イチっ
Kenji.
ていう私の古い馴染みさ。生きる術を教えてくれた。
戦の後にはあったか。
いや、何年も無沙汰さ。
まずは物見だ。
ここからよく見えそうだ。
あの男に中の様子を聞くぞ。
早くしないと兵が戻るよ。
侍？何の御用で？
助けに参った。
来てはダメです。見つかってしまう。
位置を探してる宿の世話人だ。
知っておるか。
誰か来てくれ。大変だ。
来るぞ。
侍だ。
言うな。
一生きてたんだ。
何用なのさ。
助けに来たんだよ。
私を死なす気かい。せっかくもう子供を酔いつぶしたってのに、こんなことアルタンの耳に入ったらどうなると思ってる。
まさか奴らに仕えてるの？
死にたくないんだ。
どうして戦わないのさ。
私を置いて逃げな。あんた得意だろ。
Damn.
ユナは命がけで来たのだぞ。
お侍、悪いことは言わない。あの女を信じちゃダメ。
一、アルタンから守ってやる。居場所はわかるか？
誰にも知られてないんだ。あいつの手下にさえ。でも打つ手がないわけじゃない。
モーセ。
奴の懐刀を探しな。言いなりになってる島の人売りさ。見せしめに殺してやればアルタンが出てくるかもね。
人売りだと？
ユナに聞きな。よく知ってるよ。
お主にどのような遺恨があろうと、ユナの気持ちも汲め。
今さら遅すぎるよ。
That's kind of rough. Imagining that you had a friend and, yeah. Feels
何か
like
分かった。
they got betrayed.
一曰く、アルタンを巣から出すには焚きつければいいそうだ。
クロードなら苦もない。何をすれば？
アルタンの腹心を狙う島の人売りだ。
マムシの兄弟。
知っておるのだろう？
一から聞いたろ。あいつらの集落は川の近くにある。
ならばそこで会おう。頼りにしておるぞ。
そうしよう。また後で。
Okay, very nice. Part 1 completed. Charm of Rejuvenation. Interesting, interesting. Okay. Where is this one part 2? It is part 2. Alright, Kaze. Let's go, buddy.
よし、いい子だ。
So it's somewhere along this general pathway, it seems. Yeah, you know, mentioning the comment that Drew made earlier about Kenji, I feel like Kenji is the type of lad who definitely fucks up quite a lot. But I think that he's generally a survivor, so he's able to figure out solutions and you know, think smartly about how to manage things properly.
来たね。
まるで砦だ。
マムシの連中、塀の中のありさまを見られたくないんだよ。牢獄みたいだから。
なぜ知っておる？
私とタカはここから逃げたんだ。
囚われたのはいつだ？
ずっと昔さ。どちらも幼子だった。
覚えておるのだな。
忘れるわけない。吉蔵の拳も、万蔵のあの臭い息も、泰造の手つきも覚えてる。
三兄弟を討ち、我らの意を示す。アルタンを釣り出すぞ。
Holy moly, look at that. Absolutely just oof. That is a brutal piece of imagery right there.
行こうか。どうしてこんな。
見せしめだ。逃亡を図る者らへの。
マムシは非道な奴らだったけど、ここまでとは。
アルタンが吹き込んだのだろうな。
ジン、ダメ。これ以上は。もうやだ。戻りたくない。
死意はせぬ。待っておれ。俺が恨みを晴らしてやる。
苦しめてやって。 たかと。私たちが受けた傷、水をくれと言っただけで訳もなく殺された全ての芸人のために、そして私のためにも。
必ずや仇を討つ。首を取ってこよ。
それじゃ足りない。この地獄を見てごらんよ。
闇に乗じて忍び寝首をかく。クロードから逃れる術なしと教えてやる。
なら早いこと教えてやりなよ。言って。ジン、もし捕まったら自害した方がいいよ。
This will be easy. No worries at all, chat. We're chilling. Wait, what? Hold on, hold on. Am I not allowed to kill the guards? Don't be seen, don't kill the guards. Sneak into the farm and kill the brothers. That is such a weird objective. I don't know if I agree with that. I feel like I would rather just kill everyone.
Huge wish.
今は放っておけ。
黙れ！いつまでもメソメソ泣きやがって。てめえを。
地獄に落ちよ。この首もらうぞ。
Okay. Oh, I'm supposed to collect something. Traitor's head. The severed head of a Mamushi brother. Interesting.
残り2人か。
殺さないで。どうか故障ですから。
今少しだけ辛抱してくれ。
Yeah, I feel like this is extremely annoying that I'm not allowed to kill the guards. I do not like this objective at all.
Get went.
これまでの罪の報いだ。
Okay, we got another severed head.
あと一人だ。
Peter Richardson. What's your tarta? Harsanshu!
I don't know where the third brother is, chat. I can't really tell what building he's in, so...
手早く働き、もう子供が腹を鳴らして待ってるんだぞ。これ以上飯の支度が遅れたら他のもんを食わせなきゃな。シズって女覚えてるか？あいつの骨は取りにくれてやった。だがあれだけの肉は
首をもらうぞ。残りは虫にくれてやる。
That was really close, chat. I was actually thinking for a second there he might aggro onto me. And if he did, it would be game over. Nicely done.
こやつで最後、ユナの元へ戻るとするか。
Go to the front gate. Oh boy. Oh boy, chat. This is not gonna be easy.
Бэлэн байгаараа. Ух, юу юмсүгэ.
Alright, seems like we made it. Seems like we're safe.
終わったの？
下人はもう生まれない。
苦しんで死んだ。
罪に比べれば足りぬ。だが大綱の民は救われるだろ
う。大勢が生き地獄を味わってきたこと、 知ってたのに私は何もしてやれなかった。
今から始めればよい。まずはアルタンに意を示すぞ。
一目で腰が抜けるようなものにしよ
う。兵を外に呼び出し気づかせよう。
見届けさせて。
草むらに隠れるぞ。
Hide in the pampas grass. I didn't even know that that was what it was called. I just called it like tall grass, and that was it.
私に任せて。
En katsar haral shulgilch. Oistan medekte gerekte.
あいつら一目散に逃げていったね。
アルタンに知らせるだろう。
もう一人いるんだ。皆を集落にさらってきた男。黒犬。
ならば切るまでアルタンの一味は生かしておけぬ。
きっと黒犬は海沿いにいる。あいつの野営があるんだ。そこで会おう。
Interesting. Very interesting. So we have our own character, who is known as the Ghost, and then we have a slave trader, I suppose, by the name of the Black Wolf. Charm of Hidden Sight. Okay. Tail 3 out of 4. I don't think that we can fast travel anywhere closer. So let's figure out how we're gonna get there quickly. Hello there, Kaze. Let's go, buddy. I think we might be able to follow this road, and hopefully it does not, you know, end or send us off in a different direction here.
Нэгчл хоёр хугаснаа.
Dumbass eagle.
助けて。
動くな。
あなた様のおかげです。
もう安全だ。
どうぞ何かのお役に立ててください。
Appreciate it. I will take any and all free resources. Thank you, thank you. Alright. Kage, let's keep going. Or Kaze, sorry. Let's keep going. Oh, wait, there's a fox den. Hello, Foxy. Yeah, I see you. Thank you, little buddy. Appreciate you. New charm slot. Let's go, baby. Hell yeah. Who's a good boy? Yes, you are. What an adorable little guy. Lovely little critter. He's so happy. Okay. Yeah, the foxes are by far the best part of this entire game. What is this camp right here? Are these Mongols? No, these are folks. Okay. Let's chat with this guy.
神社がすさんでいくのを見ると嫌な気分になります。世話をする人がもっといればいいんですが。
命を懸けてまで参りに行く時ではない。神も分かってくださる。
そうですよね。では鳥居を見かけたら代わりにお参りください。
よし、分かった。約束しよ
う。Okay. So I think we need to go this way. All right, let's ride. Forest's Edge Camp. It's so dark that I didn't even see where these guys were, but... Nicely done. Beautiful. Ozzy, where'd you go, buddy? There you are.
Gee.
それは
人形だよ。血に染まってる。
黒犬は子供までさらうのか。
ああ。そしてマムシの兄弟に売るんだ。
どこにおる？
この先に野営がある。猛虎が見張ってるけどね。
ならばまとめて切る。
黒犬は私が殺さなきゃ。ずっと昔に機会はあった。でもできなかった。
力を貸すぞ。野営に攻め入り引きずり出してやろう。
そして命乞いさせてやりたい。無様な姿で。
無論だ。黒犬を始末すればアルタンも震え上がるだろ
う。Okay, alright, alright. Head on attack, I like it. I like that strategy. No fucking around, you know? You know something interesting, chat? I had this thought that, you know, see here, is it only just one guy? Too easy.
行くぞ。
Oh, I see that camp. Okay.
見知った地なのか。
槍川を出た後、タカと来たんだ。かかまってもらえると信じてね。
Interesting. Defeat the Mongols. Am I able to do a standoff?
Huge wish wedge.
Okay, he's gone. Let's go around. Standoff time. There's one. Two. Three. Four. Five.
黒犬はいないみたいだ。
Okay. Seems like the Black Wolf might have fled this area.
尻尾を巻いて逃げたな。
絶対に逃がさない。
待て、船が沖に出ておる。あの中だろ
う。Go to a rowboat.
ほら、小舟に乗るよ。急いで。
Row, row, row your boat gently down the stream. Time to go to the big boat and kill the Mongols.
もうこの悲鳴で呼び出すぞ。
Norte! Nord! To the right! Dasha! Явж туслая! Би ч бас! Би ч бас! Norte! Би ч гэсэн! Dasha!
There we go.
何か思い違いをしておるな。すべてアルタンの命だ。
子供をさらっておるだろう。
違う、あれは。
忘れたとは言わせないよ。私と弟の鷹を捕らえてマムシの集落に撃ったじゃないか。
タカ、あれは可愛い子だったな。俺の記憶ではお前があいつを差し出したんだぞ。
知っていれば。
ユナ、お主が切れ。
Well, there you go, Yuna. You got your revenge.
早く船を降りたい。燃やそう。
If you say so.
アルタンも我らのことに気づき、動かざるを得まい。
ジン、黒犬が言ってたこと本当なんだ。
なんだと？
あいつとは大綱であって、飯と寝床をやるって言われたから、タカも連れて行ったんだ。気づいたら酒飲まされて眠って。タカは起きなかったけど、私は見てた。あいつを殺せばタカを救えた。でも怖くて見てるしかなかった。
責めてはならぬ。こたびのことで守られた子もおろ
う。少し休みたい。宿に戻るよ。
後で会おう。
Well, goddamn, chat. That got really fucking dark. Holy shit. Okay, we have ads that started chat, so I'm gonna go ahead and pause the game here, and we will continue the quest after the ads finish. Charm of Shadows. Very nice. Okay, let's do a little bit of a workout. Oh! And since, you know, I was about to, you know, kind of share a thought that I had, right? I had this thought in my head and I wanted to share it, but I got sidetracked by the combat in the mission. I'll go ahead and talk about it during this ad break because it's not really anything too important, right? I don't have to wait for 3 minutes to mention it. You know, it's really funny. So before Ghost of Tsushima, right, we played several different games, and I would say a good majority of them were kind of indie games. We had, you know, Katana Zero, we had Ender Lilies, we had The Messenger, we had Nine Souls, right? The funny thing is, you know, at the time, I would say it was probably during, I would say definitely during The Messenger, and maybe a little bit during Ender Lilies. I had this thought where I was like, man, I cannot wait to play Ghost of Tsushima. It's going to be amazing. And I do not want to return to playing like indie games and kind of like, you know, Metroidvanias, roguelikes, and whatnot. I did not want to return to those types of games for a very long time, right? So I thought, like, you know, once we play Ghost of Tsushima, after Tsushima, we will embark on some other video games that, you know, are not indie games, right? Not Metroidvanias, not roguelikes, and the typical, you know, games that we've been playing recently. However, I think the funny thing is that now that we've been playing Ghost of Tsushima for a while, and, you know, I've been really enjoying this game, I had this thought in my head where I was kind of thinking about what games are in my Steam library that I would be interested in playing on stream and that I would want to, you know, want to embark on next, right, after Tsushima. So, you know, I was looking at my Steam library, and I saw, you know, a couple of different games on there that we've never tried before. And there was one game that basically stuck out to me. Or actually, there's multiple games that stuck out to me. And one of the games, so I'll name all of them that you know, caught my attention. One of the games that, you know, I do want to stream at some point, and definitely am interested in playing, is called Animal Well. It is an indie kind of puzzle game, and basically the puzzles are very, very, very intricate, very well thought out, very beautiful puzzles. I believe, if I'm not mistaken here, let me see. Let me take a look at the store page of this game. So it's described as a puzzle exploration pixel graphics and Metroidvania game, right? So that's one of the games that I do want to experience. Another game that is on my list here is Noita. Noita is kind of like, I don't know what the technical explanation for it is. Let me see here. What kind of genre do they describe it as? So on Steam, it says physics, pixel graphics, roguelike, difficult 2D. And it says here, Noita is a magical action roguelite set in a world where every pixel is physically simulated. Fight, explore, melt, burn, freeze, and evaporate your way through the procedurally generated world using spells you've created yourself. So yeah, it's like the way that I would describe Noita is I would kind of describe it in a way where it's like, what if, games like Terraria or games like Minecraft were, these like 2D pixel exploration adventures that, was, as it mentioned in the description, procedurally generated. And I've seen gameplay of Noita from Pirate Software, and the game looks incredible. It looks like something that you could dive into and spend countless hours just getting lost in the game and continuously playing without ever wanting to stop. So Noita is a game that I do want to play. Another game that is on my list, and fun fact, this is a game that I believe my good friend Just Drew Main, he played at least a little bit of it. Maybe even like up to half of the game he played it on his channel, and that is a game called Omori. So Omori is on my list of games that I do want to play and I want to stream. Another game that I kind of recently added to my library is called Outer Wilds, and it is a very, very, very well-known popular game that, like, basically what I've heard about Outer Wilds is that people should, experience that game completely blind, without any spoilers, without any knowledge going into it. And I've heard so many people say that if you play Outer Wilds without knowing what to expect and knowing basically how to quickly and efficiently progress through the game, then you will have a very, very wonderful time with it. They say that the experience is one of a kind. It's very, very impressive. So Outer Wilds is definitely one that I want to experience. And, it's kind of funny because although I do very much love Ghost of Tsushima, I'm having a great time with this game, and my criticisms of this game do not, stop me from having fun. While that is the case, it's very interesting that I now have had this feeling of like, man, a part of me kind of wants to go back after Tsushima and play, kind of like a smaller indie game rather than, a typical classic action RPG such as Tsushima, right? And, to be honest, I think that it's not really a bad idea because, even if I don't play any of those games that I just now named off of my library, one of the games that I was considering playing after Tsushima, kind of a month ago, 2 months ago, or even longer, right? Is I was thinking I might potentially stream Hollow Knight Silksong, which, I mean, to be fair, even though it is a very famous, very popular game series, right? The Hollow Knight franchise, right? I feel as if it does still qualify as an indie game just because of the nature of how it was made, right? Um, so yeah, you know, even if I don't play one of those games that I named, if I do potentially play Silksong next, then that does kind of count as an indie game, and therefore I would be stepping away from the typical action RPG genre, and I would be going back to the indie genre. But yeah, I'm not yet 100%, 100% certain what I want to do, right? Because, for example, we have some, I would say, non-indie games, some more, kind of, I would say, higher quality action RPG games, right? We have like Armored Core, Fires of Rubicon. We also have the Crisis franchise, Crisis 1, Crisis 2, Crisis 3. Um, we have, what else do we have? We have the Yakuza franchise. We do have Nier Automata that we have not. We've only beaten the game one time and gotten the very first ending. So we have that. There's Red Dead Redemption 2 that I have in my library. We have a game called Sifu that I've always been interested in. We have the Witcher series, and we also have a game that I kind of randomly picked up. I remember I was buying like a small game bundle on a website, and this was one of the game choices that I could pick. It's called The Spirit of the Samurai. And honestly, from what I saw of the game on Steam, the different images, the description, the clips and whatnot, it looks to be quite a fun game. So I'm curious to check that out. But yeah. I'm not really sure what I want to do. And there is actually also a small part of me that kind of wants to go back and replay, games that I've already experienced before. To give some examples, right, very, very quickly, we have obviously the second ever playthrough of the Lies of P DLC. We have our, just casual, fun Dark Souls 3 playthrough. And what else is there? I think there's a couple of other games that I can't remember that, we've played in the past, or maybe I've played in the past, maybe on console, and I have not played it on PC before. But yeah. We'll see when the time comes. When we eventually, finish Ghost of Tsushima and we move on, I will definitely need to make up my mind by that point, and we'll figure out what we stream next. But yeah. All right, Charm of Shadows. Okay, and then this right here is the last final tale of Yuna. Okay. It's fast travel. Meet Yuna at Ichi's Inn. Okay, I'm not sure if I'm supposed to go here. Maybe I'm not supposed to. Seems like we have to go down the cliffside here. And we have to cross the river, it looks like. How the heck do I get over there, chat? Alright, Kaze, we're gonna go towards that bridge, buddy. We're gonna take that bridge across this river. Okay, I think it's somewhere this way. Where did Yuna go? Is she somewhere out here? Maybe she's inside and I need to go inside? Okay, how does one... I guess I'll just do this. Kind of an informal way of getting here.
アルタンが来たんだよ。
おかげでこのざまだ。櫛の境にある野営で待ってるとさ。
許してはおけぬ。必ず成敗しよう。
殺すしか能がないくせに。
民を守るが我らの務め。アルタンにも思い知らせてやる。
それはあんたの務めだろ。ユナはどうなのさ。野党に誇りなんてない。
どうにかするから。約束だ。
約束なんて信じられないね。あんたのことも。
馬のところに行こ
う。Damn. You know, I kind of have to say, I think that Ichi may not be in the wrong here. You know, I think that even though Yuna would like to consider Ichi to be a friend of hers, and, you know, be on good terms with her, I feel like Ichi's feelings are definitely, you know, valid, right? You can't disregard it.
でも、イチには借りがあるんだ。
我らの狙いはアルタンだ。何があったにせよ心をとらわれるな。
何も知らないくせに。イチと会ったのはマムシの集落。あの子も芸人だ。それからはいい姉貴分さ。面倒もよく見てくれて。逃げ出したのもイチの案。
イチが選んだことだ。仮ではない。
まだ続きがある。3人で逃げようって約束して、一斉に走り出した矢先に、イチが悲鳴を上げたんだ。でも助けなかった。あの子を見捨てたのさ。命の恩人をね。
なぜ助けなかったのだ。
あの時は子供だよ。殺されるのはオチだ。
化け物に立ち向かい、かつ子供もおるぞ。
私はあの日から毎日のように悔やんでる。
後ろめたさを引きずるな。過去の話だ。アルタンとの戦いで枷になる。
そんなこと言われずとも分かってる。
Interesting. Very, very interesting. We need to go this way, I think? My god, the light is so blinding I can't even see what the hell is in front of me. Oh shit, we need to go on the bridge. No, 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 no. Kaze, you're supposed to go on the bridge, buddy. There we go. Not over the bridge, on the bridge.
猛虎兵たちと鬼が手を結び、砦を手に入れた。いくつもの門と高くそびえる壁に
500 meters to go, chat. It's so weird how, like, sometimes the deer will randomly just decide to run in front of our horse. Like, what kind of idiotic decision is that, you know? And the funny thing is that the deer don't even, you know, they don't even die from that.
Kokoda.
抜かるな。アルタンの兵の数すらわからんぞ。
どこかに隠れてるかもね。
そちらの精鋭を出せ。
Get on, baby. Hold on. We're restarting that shit.
Тэндвэн хаана? Тэд энэс мултар чадахгүй. Өгсөн самурай. Бүх цалаад хайж ол. Тэнд байна уу? Юм аа. Тэр өөр байна да. Нүгтэж чадахгүй.
Okay, alright. We get any of these enemies in an assassination, perhaps?
Ой, өнөөхийг чи харлаа. Яг уу. Тэр биш вэж. Тэр хаанигтээ зогтчих. Энэний төлөө ухаа болно. Тэр дараад бидний гэнтүүлж чадахгүй. Яаж туслая? Энд алга юус авчихлаа. Доошо! 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 Ой, өнөөхийг самурай боцтаалаа. Ямар нэг юм харуу. Уцаа дээрж мэдэн сэрэмж.
Good work, Chad. Good work.
Und nek hun javad ben. Natadan mo samurai hamako.
Good work, chat.
Ой, өнөөхийг чи харлаа.
アルタン、いつまで逃げて回るつもりだ。
ジン、誰か来る。あいつだ。
Oh, looks like they finally
手下を引
arrived.
き連れやがって。
You want to do a standoff? Can we kill multiple of them?
アルタン、数々の所業を悔やむがいい。
笑わせるでない。同胞を手にかけておいて。
マムシの兄弟も黒犬も裏切り者だ。
だからどうした？クロードとなって殺してもいいというのか。竜蔵がこちらに着いたのもよくわかるわ。
黙れ。ざれ言はしまいだ。
Alright, here we go, chat. Battle time. Let's see if we can hopefully avoid hits during this.
Yeah! お前も生き残るのに必死なのか。
What the hell was that, chat? I was literally pressing the dodge button. That's insane. Absolutely insane. Can't believe he managed to cut me like that.
お前も生き残るのに必死なのだ。それにしてはなぜそうも同類を毛嫌いする。 俺は平和のために人を殺す。
Nicely done. I messed up the order there, chat. Oh, that's so annoying. Yeah, the tricky thing about enemies, you know, these like generals, for example, is that sometimes they'll have a combo that they do where they'll do like, you know, a couple of regular slashes, then they'll do a red attack, and then other times they swap it around and they do the red attack at the very beginning, and then they follow it up with normal attacks. And I always am so like overly cautious of that, and that's why typically I try to be very defensive and I don't swing my sword often. But yeah.
それにしてはなぜそうも同類を毛嫌いする。
Okay. No, that right there, that was the mistake, right? Where I assumed that he might do the yeah, he might do the kind of red attack at the very beginning, and I messed that up. All right, come on, buddy.
「お前も生き残るのに必死なのだ。それにしてはなぜそうも同類を毛嫌いする。私の悪徳な侍。俺は平和のために人を殺す。お前はただの人殺しだ。
嘘を重ねるな、欺瞞の化身め。
There we go. Nicely done.
「アルタンを殺してもクロードを敵に思う連中はいる。みんな次は自分の番だって怯えてるよ。
俺が切るのは悪人のみだ。
私たちをどう見る？ただの化け物。
あんたらはよくやったと思うよ。さよならユナ。
一の言葉気にしないで。
皆に恐れられてはかなわんな。
あんたの行いもその訳もわからない奴らがいる。
だが下道に落ちてはおらぬか。
落ちててもあんたには正義があるよ。
You know, I think Yuna has a point there. I think she has a point. Like, I feel as if anyone out there, anyone who fears the ghost, because we took down, you know, some Japanese villains who were taking slaves and like trading slaves to Mongols or whatever. If any Japanese people out there fear the ghost for taking down those villains, then those people probably are not good human beings, right? They probably have something to hide, have something that they're guilty of, right? Because as we mentioned to Ichi, like good people are not like they have nothing to fear from the ghost, right? We don't attack good people. So, yeah. Okay, let's see here, chat. So, we finished Yuna's tale. I believe that we have two more character tales left. We have Yuriko and we have Norio, if I'm not mistaken. So, what we're going to do is, let me see here. Yeah, I think we'll do Yuriko's first because hers is shorter. And then after that we have Norio's quest line. And after we do the Norio quest line, what we can do is we can open up the the Iki Island exploration area, and we can potentially do that, or we could check out the mythic tales, right? The legend of Tadayori and the Heavenly Strike and all this other stuff. That might be a good idea because I think honestly trying to, you know, finish this area, the Tsushima region, before going on to the DLC content is very likely, you know, something that works best for us. So let's see here. Let's start with Yuriko's tale. Let's do that. Okay. I believe we should be able to find Yuriko. Where'd she go? Probably up there? Yeah. Kaze, where are you? There you are. Yeah, so what happened, chat? During that fight, after we killed that Mongol leader, the Atlan guy or Altan guy, whatever the heck his name was, after we did that, you know, we fought against, those other Mongol soldiers. I accidentally used a smoke bomb there because I thought that I had equipped my kunai, and I completely did not remember that I had accidentally, you know, changed from the kunai to the smoke bomb. Okay, I'm gonna climb this cliffside here. Kaze, you stay down there. You don't need to join me up here.
何だったかしら。赤くて落ち葉？いえ、花びらがあったはず。あ、お花だ。違う。思い出せない。母上がいらっしゃってくだされば。若様、何か召し上がります。
飯は結構だ。だが毒がいる。何から作るのか教えてくれ。
花でございます。覚えておいででしょ。私が墓所で育てていた花。
掃除したのは覚えている。父上に何度も水を汲みに行かされた。
鍛えていらっしゃったのですよ。お体と祖先を敬う心を、花を覚えていらっしゃいませんか。
彼岸花か。
そうでした。
The proud do not endure. Interesting. Where'd you go, Kaze? There you are, bud.
十分な量があればネズミを狂わせるような毒を作れます。お互いを殺し合う恐ろしい毒を。
大義のためだ。人にも効く強さにしてくれ。
若様がそれほどおっしゃるならどこで花を摘めるかよく覚えております。行きましょう。
この森覚えがある。子供の時に来たような。
お母上の末後に
母の死を受け止めきれずこの森へ逃げてきたのだ。
お母上はここがお好きでしたから。
日暮れまでずっと母を探したが見つからず迷子になった。
3日も行方をくらませてお父上が見つけた時は虫の息。
父上はお怒りであったな。
若様を守れなかったことへの怒りですよ。幾度も戦場に立たれたお父上があの時ばかりは一人息子を案じて度をしない。よもすがらご捜索を。もうすぐ墓所に着きます。
ゆり言わねばならんことが。堺家はついえた。領地は他の武家のものになる。
さようなこと志村様が許しません。
鎌倉のご下事だ。
槍川どもの企てでしょうか。
そうではない。叔父上といろいろあってな。実は。
およしください。聞きたくありません。今は楽しき時を過ごしましょう。
そうだな。待て。
死者を汚すとは。
ここにいろ。加減はせんぞ。
速達をやしチェアや
Okay, there's still some Mongols left over. Guess I'll take him out. I think these guys have helmets, so it's gonna be quite dangerous.
Тэнд байна. Хаан. Ямар ч удмар алга. Тийм ээ. Ямар нэг юм харав уу? Тэр тэнд байгаа юу? Юм алгаа. Уцээ. Ямар тааш бэлэн байгаарай. Дараа мултарч чадахгүй. Өчүүхэн харах. Өөрийгөө долоохоор явцлаа. Сайн харцгаагаарай.
Okay, perfect.
Надаа энэ дайсан хамаагүй. Сүр. Тэнд байна. Юу ч болж мэднэ шүү.
Okay, there should only be just this one final enemy, chat. I think after that, we're chilling. Beautiful. Absolutely lovely. That's what we like to see.
追い払いましたか？
ああ、彼岸花を探してよいぞ。
どうしてここで探すのです？
お主が植えたのであろ
ああ、ここではありませんでした。はあ、久しぶりなもので、他の墓所でしょう。大場君のご一族のすぐ近くです。
Okay, sounds good. Guess we're going to wherever the other cemetery is located.
う。ユリ、覚えておるか？確か俺が6つの頃、この森の悪夢を見たことがあった。
夢ではありませんよ。怯えていらっしゃったので嘘をつきました。
まことか？男が叫んでおったな。
あの夜、従者と館に戻っていたところ、賊に襲われたのです。
賊とは穏やかではないな。従者は震えておったろう。
ええ。ですが、殿のお姿に。
父上に？なぜだ？
老頭と共に賊を追い払ったのですが、すぐさまお一人で追いかけられて、その後遠くから悲鳴が。夜明け前にお戻りになられた時は全身が血まみれ。殿をもののけと見まがう者もおったほどです。この湖に見覚えは？
よく座禅をしに来たな。
落ち着かなくて。
お前は岩になれと申したが、俺は泳ぎたくてな。は
あ、岸からの眺めは格別です。若様、こちらへ。この老体を休ませてください。今じゃ騒がしいのは私の方ですね。
Alright, time to rest.
この湖には良き思い出がたくさん詰まっております。
騒ぐこの相手との？
母君が若様を身ごもっていらした折、よく散歩に。
そろそろ行かねば。
元服されてもまだ岩にはなれるのですね。
また座禅に来よう。戦の後で。
ええ、若様。
Man, we barely sat down.
そろそろ墓です。
幼い頃は長い道のりだと思ったが、
Serene Forest. What a fitting name.
なんということ。
墓を壊した上、先達の魂まで怪我しおって。
早く花をお集めください。見ておられません。
Gather the nearby lilies. Alright, will do.
黄泉にいる叔母上も嘆いておられよう。槍川の乱で死んだ勇士らの墓にかような仕打ちとは。
Alright. Gather the flowers, even though it's so dark I can't even see what they look like.
これぎりしかなかった。
毒をこしらえるには十分ですが、これでお別れと思うと。
志村家の墓所が近いな。
滝の見えるところです。さあ参りましょう。ただし様、楽しき遠出にございます。
ただしと言ったか？
私が乗馬姿がそっくりですから。
父上と出かけておったのか？
馬の乗り方を教わっただけです。
I have a feeling, chat, that Yuriko is dealing with dementia, losing her memories. I feel like, honestly, out of all the different, you know, ailments, all the different sicknesses, conditions that you could have in life, dementia is one of the scariest.
待て、菅笠衆だ。
お待ちを。毒をこしらえてみましょう。
どのような毒だ？
恐ろしいものです。人を獣に変え、仲間すらも容赦なく殺すようになります。
よし、頼んだ。急げ。
毒ができました。こちらを。
Hallucination Dart. Shot by the blowgun sends enemies into a violent rage where they attack friend and foe alike. I like that.
私はここに。
They put that fucking Ronin in such a shitty spot where you can't even fucking assassinate him. That's so dog shit. I hate that so much.
ずっと家に帰ってないが、燃やされてはないよな。
一番手は誰だ。
この野郎。
You're gone.
尋常に勝負。
Bring it on, bozos. I could not see shit, dude. Nicely done. Alright, where did Yuriko go? I think she's maybe up this hill or something like that. Apparently somewhere over here. There she is. Found her.
Zoku は根絶やしにしたはずでは。
賊ではない。菅笠衆。龍蔵の一味だ。
なぜ龍蔵がそんなことを。
それは俺にもわからねえ。
どうしましょう。志村家の墓所が心配です。調べていただけますか。
遠慮は無用だ。見てみよ
う。Alright, Kaze, let's go, buddy.
ユリ、疲れたか。
大事ありません。あなた様と湖で過ごした日を思い出します。
何の話だ。俺ではないぞ。
大昔のことですからお忘れなのでしょう。戦火を免れたのですね。
Okay, we have ads starting soon, chat. I'll go ahead and pause the game whenever the ads begin, and we can do a little bit of exercising, a little bit of stretching.
若様、覚えていますか。ここに眠る志村家のご先祖を供養した後、午後には和歌を読みましたね。
ああ、覚えておるとも。
一つ読まれては。
All right. Time to compose the haiku. Impermanence. Interesting topic. Unmoving mountain. Soaring ambition. Unbreakable walls. Alright, I'll pause the game here, chat, before we create our haiku. And we'll do some exercising. Oh boy. Alright. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Alright. Oh boy. Oh boy. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Nicely done. Nicely done indeed, chat. Oof. Okay. Let's stand up. Let's do a little bit of stretching. Oh, behind the back. Yep. That feels good. Oof. Oh, man. I feel like I'm slowly becoming an old man, chat. All my bones and muscles, they feel like they constantly need to be, you know, kind of, they need to be repaired, I suppose, using, chiropractic services or a massage or something like that. I feel old, I feel exhausted, even though, in my heart, I am still young. You know, chat, I think it was maybe 2 days ago, I want to say. So I went to speak with my mom. Her room is upstairs. And I went to go speak to my mom. And I remember that, like, you know, as I was walking to go leave her room, I noticed that there was like a spot on her ceiling where the paint, it looked very shiny, right? Very, very unnaturally shiny. And I was like, what the heck is this? Why is it so shiny? So I asked my mom about it, and she mentioned that, like, she had some paint that she wanted to use on the walls, and apparently the paint that she had, you know, it was the correct color of the wall, but unfortunately that paint has like a level of what is called sheen, where, you know, you have the color itself, and then there's like this layer of basically shininess to the paint, and it kind of like adds this layer that makes the paint look as if it is sort of reflective a little bit, right? And so that spot on her ceiling, she had kind of painted it, and, you know, I'm not sure if it needed to be painted, or if, you know, my mom was just painting to kind of practice, because, you know, she mentioned to me that she was trying to paint some areas of the room, and she wanted to practice the painting, so she might have used that spot on the ceiling to kind of, you know, do her painting practice. But I noticed that it was shiny, and after I pointed it out to her, right, and after we discussed the painted ceiling, my mom, she pointed to something, and she was like, by the way, what the heck is that thing? And, you know, she thought that maybe what it was like, you know, some kind of a giant, weird, abnormal, you know, insect or bug that is not typically found in homes in you know, our area of the state and of the country and whatever. But it turns out it was actually just a massive mosquito. It was just like this huge mosquito with long legs, and it was just sitting there on the wall, kind of just chilling and not really moving, not really doing anything. And so I was like, holy hell, I don't think I've ever seen a giant ass mosquito like that just sitting there. So, at first I was thinking I can potentially like take a vacuum and suck it up, but I was worried that if I try to suck it up in a vacuum, it would potentially fly away. So I was like, you know what? I'm just going to kill it the old-fashioned way using a fly swatter, and then I will vacuum up the remains. And yeah, I will say, a little bit of a secret about me, chat, that I've never really talked much about. When it comes to killing, insects, killing bugs and whatever, right? Pests, vermin, right? I really dislike it because, it can be a mosquito, it can be, a spider. I've also had to deal with like stink bugs in the past, right? All these different creatures that you have to like kind of get rid of, you have to kill them or find a way to remove them. Every time that I have to do it, I always have this fear in my mind that the bug or the creature will kind of jump at me. And if it jumps at me, what the hell am I gonna do? You know? Um, yeah, I remember like there was this one time that in the kitchen area of our home, there was a spider. And it was not like a majorly big spider, but it was also not small. I would say it was like medium sized. And I tried to basically I tried to like I think what I did is I tried to suck it up in a vacuum. But I got worried and I had this panic moment because, I went to suck up the spider and I think hypothetically, I think that I was successful at sucking up the spider. All I know is that the spider disappeared from where it was, kind of standing or whatever, right? Where it was clinging to. The spider disappeared from that spot, and I didn't see where it went. So I thought to myself, oh, surely I successfully, you know, sucked it up into the vacuum. Then, after that happened, right, I was in the kitchen and on that day, I have a comfy little robe that I wear at home. And I was wearing this robe and I think I was trying to like cook some food or something. And I don't know what exactly it was, but I remember there was this moment where I felt like there was something crawling on me. And immediately, whenever I had that feeling of something crawling on me, I panicked and I was like, holy fuck. And I remember I very quickly, like, took off the robe and I, like, kind of threw the robe aside because I was worried that there might be, a spider or a bug or something in that robe. And so I threw it aside and I kind of, like, very quickly, brushed my arms off and my body off and whatever, trying to make sure that there's no bugs stuck to me. And it was like it was such a scary experience that I was like, holy fuck, I hate this feeling so much. Um, yeah, I am not a big fan of dealing with insects and bugs. I feel like it's such a dangerous situation. Even if, hypothetically speaking, even if the insect or the bug is not, dangerous, like it's not able to, bite you or sting you or anything like that, I still do panic, regardless, because it's just like a sort of, gut sense of fear that I feel, with these insects. But yeah, unfortunately, there are times where, nobody else around is able to deal with the bugs. or nobody else wants to deal with the bugs, so I kind of have to do it. But yeah. Let's go with soaring ambition. Okay, what do we have here? The works of men are frail. Endlessly flowing water. Stone abides rushing water. This should be a pretty good haiku, I think.
高けれど永遠に流れる水ならで草場の陰に花の笑みけり
That was pretty good, I think. I like that.
お見事な歌です。誉れはいつか消え去り、高き者も必ず滅びる。
近江に戻ろう。
私は残ります。
言っても聞かぬか。
若様、賢くなられましたね。志村様は城に執着しすぎだと忠様はおっしゃっておりました。
対馬の要だからな。
力とは山のごとく大きく不動のものだとお考えなのです、志村様は。
確かに決断が鈍れば兵は乱れるのみだ。戦の最中大将は何事にも動じず強くあらねば。
なれど滝をご覧あれ。動かざる岩はすべて水に削られる。力は我らの周りにございましょう。もう一つだけご一緒したいところがございます。また後ほど。
Okay, very nice. Part 1 completed. And then we only have a part 2. And we'll be done with Yuriko's quest, and we can start on Norio's. Yuriko's keepsake, ranged charm. Uh-oh. He doesn't seem healthy.
失礼を。風が冷とうございまして。
ユリ、病か。
まさかとんでもない。
赤島に参ろう。クス氏がおる。
他に参るべき地がございます。
どこだ。
近くにございます。クス氏のもとへはその後に参りましょ
う。わかった。だが病ならば進路を赤島に変えるぞ。
承知いたしました。相変わらずお厳しいこと。
I have a bad feeling about this, chat. I have a feeling that Yuriko may potentially pass away before we get to heal her. I would not be shocked if that happened.
それは
言えないのか。
秘密にございます。
どこなんだ。
ほら、ついてこられませ。
ユリ、せくな。いや。
覚えがありますか？
確か湯の近くであったな。
ほら、あそこ。近くに参りましょうか。
Maple Shade Hot Spring.
なんと美しいこと。
ああ。なぜここに？
お怒りですか？お連れすべきではなかったのですね。
下せぬだけだ。
見てはおられぬのです。ご家族のことで悲しみに暮れるあなた様のお姿を。
ユリ、どうした？
いえ何でも。大事ございません。
いつ飯を食った？
確か昨日かと。
ここにいろ。何か取ってくる。
子供扱いは嫌です。
頼むユリ、しばし休め。
承知しました。ほんとお優しいこと。
すぐに戻る。獣がおればよいが。獅子だ。
Okay, we can do this, chat. Nicely done. Hell yeah, that was clean,
ユリが
chat.
待っておるな。食わせてやろう。
That was honestly such a clean shot, you know, as the boar was running away. I'm quite proud of that.
ユリ、ユリ、馬がおらぬ。いずこへ。
Where did they go? Up here?
粉と薬草。この先だな。ユリの馬だ。近くにおる。
Where did she go? Is she in here? There she is.
ユリ。
ああ、殿。
ユリ、怪我は？
いいえ、道に迷ってしまいました。
どうしたのだ？
亡き母が手を振っていたのが見えて追いかけたのですが。
村に戻ろ
う。いや、母の墓に参らねばならないのです。
それはならぬ。
どうか。これまで仰せつけを守ってまいりました。私と共に母の墓にお参りください。
いいだろう。無理はするでないぞ。
恩に来ます。
I'm very worried, chat. I feel like they're probably going to kill off Yuriko. You know, the idea.
よくここに参りました。植物の知識もここで。
それで母親の姿を。
As I was saying, like, the idea of seeing your dead parent,
ほどなくつきます。
like an image of them, kind of walking away from you. I just feel like that's kind of a sign that you might be passing away soon. Doesn't seem like a very positive omen, you know?
Haka dokoro.
我が一族のものです。正様。あれは病の若様を抱えてあなた様が私のもとにいらっしゃった夜のこと。奥方様が亡くなった後でした。正様、いかがなされました？
聞いておる。
母直伝の煎じ薬を若様に飲ませ、一晩中そばにおりましたでしょう。私の手を握りながら覚えておいでですか？
ああ、覚えておる。
あの時若様が苦しむ中、悲しみを覚える一方で嬉しい気持ちでございました。浅ましい女でございましょう。
いや、
若様の病が癒えた後、あなた様から馬を習い、あの温泉に行きましたね。赤々と燃ゆる夕日が目の前に広がり、私はとても。
申してみろ。
私はとても幸せでございました。ああ、暗い。正様、何が見えますか？
槍川への道がよく見えるぞ。
あの戦のせいで全ての家が不幸になりました。
だが滅んだわけではない。 金田の木。
いつも城におられますね。
確かにな。
多くのお勤めでお忙しくて、共に過ごした楽しい時もなお物足りなく思うのです。
あれは櫛の寺。塔が見える。
よく詣に参っております。殿と若様と家族のために。
良き乳母をもって仁は果報者だ。そなたには何が見える？ユリ。
I knew it, chat.
休むがいい。力は我らの周りにある。栄えた者もやがて滅びる。あたかも風の前の塵のように。
Okay, Kaze. Don't worry, buddy. We're fine. We're fine. The art of seeing. Damn. That is very depressing, chat. Yuriko's keepsake, range charm. Bowman's straw hat, favored by skilled archers. So yeah, it seems like the story with Yuriko is that, you know, obviously she was a very dear friend of the Sakai family, and she was kind of like a servant of them. But I believe, if I'm not misinterpreting it, she did have these secret romantic feelings for Jin's father. And, you know, even though she was fully aware that she could not be with him as his wife, she still wanted to be by his side as much as possible. And she did her job as a servant of the Sakai family. She did her job, you know, as best as she possibly could, regardless of her, you know, emotional feelings.
ノリオだ。だが他の層がおらぬな。
Alright, let's see here, chat. So, techniques. We have 2 points. We'll max out that, and we'll max out that. There we go. And then, let's see. How much does this one cost? 1 point? That's not too bad. Okay. Unlocking these would probably be good for exploration purposes. Ah, okay, I see, I see. So it seems like these mythic tales, you know, these mythic quests in the game, they unlock these very special abilities. That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. I think that gives, you know, players a good reason to do those quests before they, you know, finish the main story if they want to use it, you know, during the gameplay. Okay. So we have Norio's quest line, which we can start 1 out of 9. And we'll see how far we can get.
もうことで我らの助けを止められはしません。酒井様。
ノリオ、他の層はどこだ？
村のクスシを訓練するため杉寺から来てくれたのですが、猛虎にさらわれたのです。
村は無事なのか？
方針が猛虎に従ったおかげで。
抗う者は殺し、従う者に褒美を。奴らのやり口だ。
手向かえばよかったものを。
村のためを思ったのだろ
う。いずれ猛虎は戻る。ただ時を延ばしたに過ぎません。
そのために我らがおるのだ。
The last warrior monk. Very nice.
どこへ行ったかわかるか？
茶畑の向こうへ行きました。
足跡をたどるぞ。
Okay. Go to the tea
仲間は
fields.
無事でしょうか？
治療ができるのならば生かしておくはずだ。
猛虎は道理が通じぬ獣ですよ。ここを通って茶畑の方へ。
調べてみよ
う。Where should we be looking for? Gotta be looking somewhere for the tracks.
お手伝いできて光栄です。お目が利きますね。
また来よ
う。またいつでもいらっしゃってください。
Anywhere specific that I'm supposed to be looking?
Sakai様、見つけました。
沼の方へ行ったか。よし。
Follow the Mongol trail.
方針とは長い付き合いのようだな。
争わぬようにと兄を諌めてくれました。
Tell me about
方針はどのようなそうだ。
佐護で流行り病のあった時、顔や手足が腐り、皆から見放された病人を進んで手当てするような男です。
大した男ではないか。
方針曰く僧兵は怒りに駆られていると。ですが私の薙刀は少ない犠牲で多くを救うもの。そこに怒りはありません。
Okay, so they went this way. Maybe all the way up this hill. Seems like we might have found them.
いました。
お主は残れ。ソーラが捕まらぬようにな。
Ялтнууд хаана байна? Хаан тушаа!
何のことかわからん。
Чи харгу? Ясагч нь хугалаа шүү. Мо ийだろう. Чи харгу? Чи юу харсан?
Nicely done.
逃げても殺されるだけです。
頼む、命だけは。ここです。
やめろ、やめてくれ。
逃がしてやる。
死にたくない。
蘇ったという侍はあなたか。
方針はおるか。
方針？いいえ。ですが取り逃した僧を猛虎が追っております。じきに戻りましょう。
酒井様、猛虎が来ます。
ノリオ、生きていたか。
お主ら下がっておれ。
よくとせ。
You bitch.
Zipsegay bir tweetma.
家族がいるんだよ。
You're dead.
もう耐えられそうにありません。酒井様、ご助力を。何でもするから。もう耐えられそうにありません。ありがとうございます。
Nice.
좀 하락 도주엔 좀 적시라.
皆無事か。
怪我人はおりません。
方針は
他の猛虎が連れて行った。ノリオ、奴ら方針のことや杉寺の名を知っていたぞ。
酒井様、なぜ方針だけは別に。
腕利きのクス氏ゆえに使い出があるのだろ
う。口さかしいからかも。
猛虎を怒らせたと。
方針ならばありえます。
そう答えをせくな。まず行き先を突き止めねば。
では私が調べておきましょ
う。赤島の村で会おう。あまり気をもむな。
Okay, very interesting. I wonder if, you know, the Mongols, they knew Hoshi. potentially because there might be an inside person, you know, someone who is giving away information on the monks. Charm of Resistance 2. Very nice. Alright, so this is tale number 2. Let's go ahead and fast travel.
Sakai 様、
ノリオ。
皆方針を案じていますが、たまには気を休めないと。
ああ、楽しんでおるようだな。
昔の私のようです。
菰田の戦の後、俺も変わってしまった。
地獄でしたか。
菰田か。ああ。皆討ち死に、浜は血を吸って真っ赤に染まり、まるで泥の沼。この世の景色ではない。
我らは南へ向かい、日が暮れて、ひどい嵐で立ち往生に。ある村で休んでいましたが、悲鳴で起きると、母屋が燃えていた。猛虎の仕業でした。縛られて金田へ運ばれ、その後は討ち死にの方がマシだ。方針の所在が分かりました。
すぐに立つか。
はい。
I feel like that's one of the most sad feelings, you know, depressing feelings to have, of like, man, I wish that I had been...
行き先は
海岸の野営地。北へ向かう猛虎の船はそこで捕虜を乗せるのです。
沖に出られたらしまいだな。
酒井様、この戦を終えたらどうなさいます？
いつか故郷の近江に戻り、再興するつもりだ。
私にもそんな気力があれば、これまでの人生、道は明らかでした。悟りの境地を目指し、仏に仕える。それでよかったのです。
なら続ければいいだろ
う。入門したのは兄がいたからです。これからもずっと兄と共に修行してゆくものだと思っていました。こんなことになるとは。
Yeah, the feeling of like, man, I wish I had been cut down in battle and died.
すべてを奪われたわけではない。いつか猛虎は消えるが、お主の人生は続く。
もう私の人生ではありません。死んでいった兄や仲間の供養をせねば。酒井様も菰田で死んだ者の命を背負っているのでは。
そうだな。死んだ者の分まで生きねば。
ですがたやすくはありません。
そうかもしれん。
猛虎襲来前の人生が遠い昔のように思えます。人事のよう
に。20年も経てば今日のこともそう思える。
酒井様、方針は暴力を嫌うとお伝えしましたよね。
僧兵を非難しておるそうだな。
奴は武具すら嫌います。太刀も薙刀も。
助け出したら何を好むのか教えてもらおう。
A good outlook to have. I like that. Oh, there's a fox den. Hi, Foxy.
間もなく野営です。こちらへ来てください。
よし。
This is a far pathway. Far out of the way. I don't see the little guy this time. Feel like he maybe disappeared. Alright, Norio, where are you? Somewhere way back here, it looks like. What's going on, Mind Warp? Welcome on in. Hope you're doing well. Ooh, okay. Stand up. Bring it on. Yeah, those spear guys are really annoying with their attacks. Nicely done. Hell yeah. That was clean. Any other free supplies? Might be something up here. There's an upstairs area, it looks like. What's over here? Survey. Alright, let's take a look.
誰か囚われておるな。きっと方針です。俺ならば兵に見つからずたどり着ける。
Okay, okay.
猛虎ののろし術。
のろしを上げて注意を引きましょ
う。その隙に救い出す。
Okay, okay.
方針を助けたらあそこで会おう。
私が遅れても気にせずに必ず方針を村まで届けてください。
I feel like stealth assassinations are definitely the way to go.
のろしが上がったら方針を救う。
御仏のご加護がありますように。
Okay. We're using a signal cannon. Okay, let's see here. Definitely need some grass to hide in. Okay, okay. So I think, is Norio going to set off the signal cannon? I think he might be. Could do a standoff, I suppose. Ooh, that might be dangerous. Yeah, I'm not sure who would notice. There's that one guy who's facing... this is risky. Yeah, this is really risky. If I could do like a chain assassination, that would be really nice, but it doesn't seem like that's possible here. And yeah, none of these guys are moving. I could try that. I'm curious to see if I get behind this guy.
ノリオ、やったな。もうこの注意がそれるぞ。
Okay, let me get behind this guy.
あ、いけない。
Okay, I can rescue him. I was wondering if I needed to take out all the rest of those enemies first.
あなたはどなたです？
No time to explain, buddy. We gotta get you to a safe place.
できません。猛虎が杉寺に連れて行ってくれます。あそこの人々を急ぎ治療しなくては。
無駄口は聞かぬ。
いけません。
私は残らねば。
Oh,
酒井
there's
様
Norio.
方針。
ノリオ、なぜここにおる？
近くの猛虎がのろしに気づいた。向かってきます。
そうか。方針下がれ。我らが守る。ノリを頼むぞ。
Okay. Protection time. Where are they coming from? Just that one direction? Okay, that should be pretty easy. I do need to make sure that they don't have any archers. Okay, who's this guy? Oh, this motherfucker with his, like, range. Hold on. Oh god, this is a mess. This is really, really bad. There we go. Okay. This bozo. There we go.
俺がこのなぎなたを持って教えてやる。他の層は一緒なのか？
Good heal, good heal.
みんな死んだ。私だけだ。
すまない。助けになればと思ったのだが、猛虎は私を探していた。皆を救うため従ったのだ。
どうして所在を知られた？
それは私にもわからぬ。だが杉寺に戻るよう脅された。治療のため。
敵の傷を癒すつもりなのか？
苦しみに敵味方があるのでしょうか。
敵によるな。
もしかして杉寺は落ちたのか？
どうだろうか。
ノリオ、遠兵が来る前に方針と村に戻れ。
猛虎が来たら
俺も一緒に手立てを練ろ
う。Interesting. Yeah, I feel like that's a very common, you know, theme when it comes to people who like practice medicine, you know, practice healing and all that stuff, right? There's this very, I would say very common concept of like, if you are in the medical field, it does not really matter who it is that is in trouble, you know, who it is that's kind of like seeking out medical help. It is kind of your job, your responsibility to help them out. And so, as you know, Hoshi mentioned, whether they're Mongol or Japanese, he kind of has this this duty to, you know, help out whoever it is that seeks out his aid. So I understand that, but I do also agree that the Mongols are not really people that deserve sympathy and deserve help and all that stuff. It's a tricky topic for sure to contemplate. Okay, so we have tale number 3 next to do. Let's see here. Cool. I'm just gonna do this. Yeah, so I'll mention this very quickly because I think it is important. Um, yeah, I think it is important to discuss this and kind of share some thoughts on it. I think this is a topic that, you know, I think it affects all different types of streamers, right? On Twitch. Whether you're a small streamer, whether you're medium sized or you're a big streamer out there, right? Um so first of all, to give context, if anyone out there did not pay attention to chat and see what just happened, I'll explain. Essentially, Mind Warped, they came into the channel, they said hello, and I responded back and I said hello as well. And you know, I then kind of started focusing on the game, kind of playing the game and going through the current mission that I'm on. And you know, it seems like essentially when I was focusing on the game and I was in the middle of working on, you know, whatever combat mission it was, Mind Warp, they typed a couple of messages and they ended up basically getting very impatient, right? Um, you know, I think that first of all, the main thing that I want to say is that, you know, I think when you are on Twitch as a viewer in someone's stream, right? There is a level of etiquette that exists, right? There is behavior that is acceptable as a viewer on Twitch, and then there's behavior that's not acceptable, right? And, you know, some people, they watch Twitch streams and they learn the etiquette by watching, and they kind of understand how to behave as a Twitch viewer, right? And then there's some other people out there who don't have that common sense, and they kind of behave in their own way, right? Um, One thing, which is a thing that Mind Warp just now did in my chat, one thing that I view as quite ridiculous and, in my opinion, not acceptable is, you know, basically this idea that a viewer should go into a streamer's chat and they should be like, hey, look at me, pay attention to me, you know, I want you to basically speak to me back and forth, one to one, as if we were best friends hanging out IRL, right? This idea that a streamer should stop anything and everything that they're doing in their stream to only focus on one single viewer and give them all the attention. You know, that type of behavior on Twitch is not acceptable. It is something that I honestly think any streamer out there that has an average or higher IQ, they would agree with that, right? Um, Streamers, you know, we are trying our best to kind of entertain as many viewers as possible, as many audience members as possible. And that does not just mean the people who are like currently actively watching the stream. That also means Twitch VOD viewers and you know, people who potentially may stop in and they may, you know, come and view the channel for a couple minutes, stop by and lurk and check it out. We, you know, as streamers kind of do the stream for that purpose, right? Our purpose is to provide content to a large number of people, a large number of potential people, rather than just one single individual, right? So this behavior of, a Twitch viewer basically saying, yeah, I'm important, I matter, look at me, pay attention to me, like that kind of selfish behavior is wrong. It is just bad behavior, simply put, right? And so, essentially what happened there, to give you guys the full context, Mind Warped, they, typed a message, and after I did not see their message for, I think it was like maybe 1 or 2 seconds, right after they typed their message and they sent it, they realized that I was not reading their message, and they got impatient. And so they started spamming in my chat. They started typing, one-word messages and putting it in all caps and sending it one after the other. That type of behavior, it is very, 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 very childish, very immature, and it is honestly quite pathetic. If I were to be very, very, very blunt, very honest, it makes whoever it is that acts that way, it makes them look very pathetic. That's the truth. It's a hard pill to swallow for the person that behaves that way, but it is truthful. If you were to do that, like for example, if you were to, I'll give a couple of examples. So one, let's say that you were at school, you were in high school or in college, right? And you're in a classroom and you have your teacher, you have a professor. If you were to basically, ask a question to your teacher, and, your teacher, maybe they're in the front of the class and they're in the middle of a lecture, or perhaps that teacher is helping other students, right? If you were to ask a question, and then like 1 second after you ask the question, you realize that the teacher is not paying attention to you, if you then basically started shouting and screaming and being like, hey, I'm over here, look at me, pay attention to me, come over and interact with me, right? That type of behavior would not, it would not, be acceptable, and you would be in trouble in whatever school it is, right? Same thing in a corporate work environment. If you did that shit with your colleagues around you, and then you have like your boss who's nearby, that shit would not fly. I'm pretty sure that it would very likely lead to a potential like temporary suspension, or maybe even like getting fired, getting laid off from your job, right? That behavior, that type of etiquette, it's not professional, it's not mature, right? So yeah, that behavior does not belong in any of those, hypothetical scenarios, and it does not belong on Twitch either. I think that, there is absolutely a very, very easy, very simple, respectful way to act if you want to have a conversation with a streamer. If you want to chat about any topic, right? You can ask a question, and then you can, wait for the streamer to read the question and respond, and then you can, kind of have that conversation back and forth after that point, right? Typically, what ends up happening for me is in my streams, there will be a person that stops by. Maybe I know them. Maybe I'm a friend of theirs. Or maybe they're, kind of like a longtime viewer of mine. Maybe they're someone completely brand new to the channel. I don't know. But usually what happens is, if somebody asks an important question, a good question that I think is worth talking about, right? what will happen is they'll send their question in the chat, and after, maybe a little bit of a delay, I will read the message on my stream, and then I will basically, at that point, if I'm in the middle of playing a game or if I'm doing some other activity, I will pause whatever I'm doing and I'll stop and I'll be like, hey, let's chat about this, right? To give a perfect example, there is a person I have been acquainted with for a long time by the name of Six. Six is a member of T Soul's Discord community. We know each other because both me and Six, we play gacha games, and we're a part of a community of people that play gacha games. And I remember during one of my streams, we had a really good conversation about basically the education system and why it feels like it is sometimes a waste of time and a waste of money. And we were talking about that. And basically what happened is that, during that conversation I had with Six, he asked the question, and whenever I eventually saw the question and I read it, I responded to him, and I at that point paused the game and I stopped whatever I was doing and I focused on the conversation with him, right? So I think that is a perfect way to have an interaction between a viewer and a streamer. When you do something that is much more immature than that, where you type a comment or you ask a question, and then 1 or 2 seconds after you type that, you basically kind of throw a temper tantrum and you start typing in all caps in a chat saying like, hey, look at me, pay attention to me, look, answer me, right? And you become impatient, you try to essentially try to interrupt whatever activity, whatever game it is that I'm doing, right? That is problematic. That is where an issue arises, and that is not acceptable, to put it very, very bluntly. So what I've gone and done, for anyone out there who did not see what happened, just to give the full story, I went ahead and I timed out Mind Warped for the next 8 hours of my stream, because I feel like essentially you know that type of behavior is not really a good way to handle things, right? I like, honestly, I feel like what I could do if I really wanted to is I could go and just do a straight up ban. But yeah, I just felt like it was a good opportunity to teach something valuable, right? And educate people on something, because I feel like there are ways to behave properly on Twitch, and there are things that should be done, there are things that shouldn't be done, and it's important for people to know the distinction between that. So yeah. Anyways. Interesting. So I'm gonna refer to you as Geraldo, because that is the username that you have on Twitch. So I'll refer to you as Geraldo, but for people out there who maybe watch this later, Geraldo is supposedly the same person as Mind Warped. Um, Geraldo. So number one, right? Um, Number one, I can see, right, the way that you mention things, the way that you phrase things. It seemed like you were attempting to do me a favor. You know, that's fine, right? You wanted to do a favor. If you want to do a favor for someone else, there is an etiquette to that. There is a way to behave. There really is. And unfortunately, the way that you went about it was not the proper way. It was not a good way. So, you know, even though you might have been trying to do something positive, something good, it did not come off that way. Um, Secondly, so one thing that you mentioned is that I haven't clicked on your channel. I don't typically click on viewers' channels. That's not normal behavior that I do. So I'm not sure what you expected. Um, let's see, what else? Yeah, and that's the thing, you know. I the thing is that, like, so number one, Mind Warp kept on referring to themselves as female gamer, which is like cool. If that's your brand, if that's your yeah, your choice of identity, you know, something that you feel strongly about, that's great. I think it is just like, I don't know. It's a bit strange to kind of continuously mention that over and over again. I feel like, you know, you can mention it once when you meet a person, but then after that it just becomes something where I think the other person looks at it and is like, do I really need to keep, you know, hearing about that? I don't know. That I find strange. And then the last thing that I will say is that, you know, having basically multiple Twitch accounts that you can access, um, I feel like when you have multiple accounts, whether it's maybe it's two of your own accounts, maybe it's, you know, a friend's account, an acquaintance's account, maybe it's a family member's account, right? Using multiple accounts to essentially type in a streamer's chat and try to get their attention, try to communicate with them, I feel like that is, again, not proper etiquette. That, like, typically when it comes to bigger streamers, people who tend to get, you know, 100 viewers or 1,000 viewers or whatnot, when they kind of, you know, see that type of behavior, right? If a big streamer sees that in their chat, that would definitely result in a ban, and that would kind of be considered, I'm pretty sure they would consider that as ban evading at that point. So yeah, I don't know. It's just, it feels very, very weird. You know, this feels like it's obviously a very different situation, but it kind of feels like those, you know, bots that come into your channel and they're like, hey, you know, how are you doing? How's your day? And they're like, I'd like to draw something for your channel. I'd like to help you out. And it's like, cool, okay. Um, you can help me out, but I can't pay, you know? Um, I don't know, man. It's so bizarre. This type of behavior, I have to be honest, I don't think I've had a single viewer, you know, during previous streams, during, you know, previous yeah, instances, scenarios where I've had a viewer act in this way. So this is I don't know, it's like interacting with an AI chatbot. It's so bizarre. But yeah, anyways, Mind Warped, I appreciate you for stopping by, but yeah, I just wanted to share kind of my thoughts out there of you know, essentially uh what ended up happening just now, and kind of explain the logic, explain the reasoning behind all of it. Because yeah, I'm gonna be completely truthful. I think that, like, you know, this is absolutely without a doubt, this is something that I'm going to be chatting with my friends, my acquaintances that I have IRL, that I know on Twitch. Um, I feel like this is something where if I talk to anyone and everyone about this topic, they will be very, very, very confused. Very just like, not really sure what is happening, what is going on, and how to deal with it, because yeah, I don't think that this is normal behavior on Twitch, and I don't think that it is acceptable behavior as well. It definitely is not something that that should be normalized on this platform. Um, but anyways, I appreciate you stopping by. Appreciate you saying hello, and it's wonderful that you were able to kind of explain what your intentions were. I'm very glad that you were able to try to put some kind of some kind of like explanation behind it, some kind of reasoning of why you acted in the way that you did. But yeah, it's really really bizarre. I think like the yeah, like I'm gonna be completely truthful. So let me go back all the way to the first time that you popped up in my chat and said hello, and basically we met each other virtually, remotely, for the very first time, right? I remember, I you popped in my chat and you said hello, and I said hello back, and I'm pretty sure I said something like, "How's it going, dude?" or something like that, right? I kind of made the assumption that you were a male viewer, which is something that I typically tend to do, but I should, going forward in the future, I should work on changing that. And then, you mentioned, you replied back and you said, "Actually, I'm a dudette. I'm a female." And I was like, "Okay, cool. Like, awesome. You're a female gamer. You're a female Twitch viewer. That's dope." Um, I remember that, like, essentially after that point, when you mentioned yet again multiple times that you are a female viewer, a female gamer, the very first thought that popped into my head is that very likely this is either one of two scenarios. It is either a human being who is very, very young and, in my opinion, should not be using Twitch, right? Someone who's like, I don't know, 13 years old, 14 years old, whatever. Or it's someone that is way too old, someone who's like 30 something, 40 something, even older than that, and they are kind of like pretending to be younger than they actually are. And to me, like, the very immediately first thought that I had is like, okay, this person in the chat might be someone who is trying to catfish. And immediately I was like, okay, nope, defense is up. I'm not getting involved in any of that. So, right from the get-go, I was very, very skeptical, very cautious. And then I feel like as time went on, as, more interactions were had, as more messages were posted, I just feel like it kept on getting weirder and weirder and weirder. And, I try my very best to, basically try and remain calm and do my live streams as normal. But at some point it does kind of wear you down, and you do end up reacting to it in some manner. But yeah. Mind, I would say that. So here's what I'm gonna say as my final comment on this topic, and then I'm gonna move on, and I'm never gonna speak of this again. Right? Never gonna speak of this ever again. We're gonna move on. We're gonna continue playing Tsushima. My final comment on this topic is, mind warped. If you are someone who is genuinely a good human being, trying to be a good human being, and you want to help out people, you want to do people a favor and be supportive of other people, that's awesome. I think that is fantastic, and I applaud you for that. What I will say, though, is your methods of how you go about doing it are very wrong, very bad. you need to rethink the way that you do things. You need to rethink the way that you behave on Twitch, the way that you type messages, the way that you interact with streamers, because that is definitely not the correct way to go about it. That is the method that a young naive teenager would come up with, and it's not professional, it's not mature at all. I absolutely do think you need to basically find a different strategy to chat with people, to interact with streamers and whatnot. So yeah, like I think that what you may be trying to do, what your intention might be, is potentially positive. It's potentially a good thing, and I'm all for that. But definitely go about doing it a different way so that your behavior, your actions do not appear bizarre and weird and strange, and don't feel as if you are some kind of automated chatbot or AI or something, yeah, that's what I would say. I wish you the absolute best, though. I don't have any hatred towards you. I don't dislike you or anything, because, to be honest, I don't know much about you, so I can't make that judgment. But, I wish you the very best in life. I hope you continue to live well and succeed. And I wish you a wonderful rest of the day or night. But we're going to go ahead and stop this topic right here. We're going to close it and we're going to move on. I'm not going to speak about it anymore. We're done with this topic, and we'll get back to Tsushima. I appreciate you a lot, Mind Warped. Thank you so much for the previous messages, and I wish you very, very well in life. But yeah, we shall continue with Norio's Tale. Yeah, number 3. Okay, so let's go ahead and fast travel here. I apologize to the Twitch VOD viewers and anyone else who may potentially be lurking or may stop by in my stream. I apologize for the interruption. That was a little bit too lengthy. I wish it would have been wrapped up faster. But when I start talking about topics that I feel very passionately about, it's something that I definitely like to give my full full attention to, and I like to give my full thoughts and everything about the topic. I don't like to I don't like to give a very short one word or one sentence answer and move on. I like to explain things and potentially educate people, potentially show people my thought process and everything. Okay. So if you don't have any upgrades at the armorer, let's keep going, shall we? Seems like these two are having a very fun conversation. Oh, there's the altar behind. Okay. Let me go to the altar. 100 supplies. I still don't know for sure, chat. Like, the gift altar that you can find basically in different locations, right? I don't really know basically how many times does it spawn? Is it on like a timer? Is it like, every 1 hour or every couple of hours it spawns one? Or is it like, oh, if you complete certain quests, then you get a gift at the altar, and then, you collect it and you move on to the next quest or whatnot?
Sakai-sama.
どうしたのだ。
近くに猛虎が集まり、戦の支度を。
金田の木に逃げるべきです。
逃げたとて猛虎に追われるだけだ。城に着くまでに一人残らず死ぬぞ。
ですが、 折衝はできません。
村の者がそれに納得するか見ものだな。
ノリオ、どう思われるかよりも何が正しいかを重んじるのだ。かつては炎上の真似をし、今は酒井様か。己の頭を使え。
己ごときが兄の名を出すな。
やめよ。俺とノリオで戦えばよい。
お主らは隠れている。
お断りします。折衝はしませんが、逃げもいたしません。
I can understand that this guy does not like violence, but the idea of trying to run away from Mongol forces to like go and hide at a castle, it's way
俺
too
は村を
dangerous.
回り、急ごしらえだが策を講じておく。村の者を集め、隠れるように言え。
Okay.
屋根から見渡せそうだ。
みんな、自分の家族を連れて、一ところに集まれ。
Okay, how can I climb on top of this? Oh, I can only jump over that one. Okay. Okay. Is there a way for me to jump over there? I feel like there's not. I feel like I'm gonna end up risking my HP. Okay. Alright, time to survey.
よく見渡せる。湿地へ逃げればはぐれるものが多く出るだろう。いい餌食だ。黄色のウグイス、追ってみるか。
The golden bird, I feel like he doesn't really have anything to do with it, but sure.
寺か。隠れ家にいいな。
Yeah, that's a good hiding spot. I like that.
壁はない。どこからでも攻め込まれるな。
Okay. What are we missing, chat? There's maybe one more that we haven't seen.
あれは香炉か。中の灰に火薬を混ぜ、濃い煙を起こせば姿を隠せる。村の者はノリオラに任せ、俺は猛虎と戦おう。おとりになれば時を稼げる。
Interesting. I would think that, you know, adding black powder to it would potentially turn it into an explosive.
集まりました。
皆を連れて寺へ。
私も戦います。
もし寺が襲われたら誰が民を守る？
承知しました。
覚悟はしておけ。方針と互いに助け合うのだぞ。
みんな、猛虎が着く前に寺まで行こう。敵はお侍様が倒してくださる。
皆さんどうかノリオの申す通りに寺に身を隠すのです。
Seems like there's 6 different incense burners that we need. Where are the rest of them? I'm also very curious about that, you know, chat. Like, do, you know, Japanese monks, do they refrain from drinking alcohol? Is that like a religious thing? Or maybe they don't have any rules about it, you know? Okay, so we have the 4th one right here. Okay. Number 5. And where's the last one? Oh, that was like literally right where we were standing at the very beginning.
村外れで待ち構えておくか。
At the edge of town, 60 meters. somewhere over here? Yeah, it looks like over here. Interesting.
蔵に隠れるか。
Okay, okay.
来たな。香炉に火をつけるとするか。煙はお気に召すかな。
So, do I need to light the incense now? Let me see. Do I need to swap to fire arrows then? It does not really mark the locations there. That was a loud scream, chat. Ah, okay. So you use it for, like, temporary cover, basically. Okay, okay. I see how this works. I was thinking that maybe the, you know, the incense, it would be, rather than being like a smoke screen, I thought it might be a, kind of like a calling signal for them. A way to, like, lure them towards your location. Okay, nicely done. I think from now on we should try, if it's possible, to do, like, chain assassinations instead. These guys are not really close to that incense, or at least they were not. Can I do it from above, maybe? It's hard to get on top of this building. That guy almost cut me there. Yeah, that would have been really bad. I think it would have been... I don't know. Honestly, I feel like it probably would have been better if, you know, instead of using, like, the incense, which kind of confuses the enemies. The thing is, like, with those enemies, right? Essentially, when you use the smoke incense, it does create a smoke shield, but at the same time, it also kind of pushes the enemies away from each other, which is kind of annoying. because then you can't really do a chain assassination, right? So, yeah, I feel like there's, benefits to having a smoke screen, but there's also a downside, which is kind of frustrating as well. Doing single assassinations one after the other is not as clean as doing a kind of chain assassination, Okay, where is this giant temple that they're supposed to be hiding at? Somewhere over here? I don't know if this is the right direction, chat. I could be wrong. Says they're on the left side. So, like, way over here, then? Okay. I think we found it. Yeah, honestly, I don't even know if the smoke screens were necessary.
Norio!
Sakai-sama! Hinpen! もう耐えられそうにありません
I was in the middle of changing stances there.
酒井様ご助力を
There we go. Nicely done. A little bit messy, but we got through it.
これは何事だ。
猛虎に襲われ後ろを取られた時に方針が身を投げ出して矢を受けて。
お主らは波の武士より勇ましい。
何も無茶いないよ
叫び声を聞くまで方針がいたことに気づかず、振り返った時にはすでに死んでた。
己を責めるな。よいな。
土牢の覆いが外されるたびに仲間が殺された。ある時酒の匂いをさせた兵が来て私の手を掴んで引っ張ったら兄がそいつに飛びかかったんです。飢えていて怪我に苦しみながら私を守ろうと。
ノリオ、もう良いぞ。
いえ、お聞きください。私は残され、奴らは兄を引きずっていった。杉寺から南へ火星に行った僧は皆死んだ。私を置いてみんな立派な僧です。私が死ねばよかったんだ。
同じことを考えてきた。何度もだ。なぜ俺たちなのかはわからん。だがな、島の民を救えるのは我らのみ。赤島の民を生かしたのはお主らだ。忘れるな。民は忘れん。
Ghosts in the fog. You know, I think Hoshi's sacrifice, it was definitely very noble, right? Charm of Unyielding 2. Noble Fighter's Headband. Only those with worthy ambitions may wear this headband. Very nice. Yeah, like, I think that Hoshi's sacrifice, it was very, very noble, right? Very honorable. But also at the same time, you know, while while it is something worthy of respect, that he made that decision for himself and for Norio, I feel like also, you know, there's the thought in the back of the head where it's like, if Hoshi were not so opposed to carrying around weaponry and, basically just defending himself and defending other people with weaponry, I feel like he might have had a chance of survival. But it is what it is, right? Shit like that happens when you're in the middle of a war. Okay. Um, where is the next quest line? This one's 6. This one's 5. I don't think we've done 4. Have we done 4? Let me see here. Let's take a look at journal. Hmm. Here's tale 6. Here's 5. Tale 3, tale 2. Tale 1. Oh. Oh, I already did it. Interesting. So I did it out of order. Yeah, that's a little bit unfortunate. I feel like you know, with these side quests, right, these character tales and whatnot, I feel like it should be a lot better designed where if you, let's say that you're like fast traveling to a destination for, the purposes of exploring and going to a different destination, right? You're just fast traveling and then you're riding, your horse to a different location. I don't think that these character tales or these side quests should automatically happen, right? Like this one right here, Norio's Tale number 4. Basically, it seems like there was a battle that Norio was involved in with the Mongol forces. And I guess when I teleported to the area where this quest is located, the battle like immediately was happening when I teleported there. So it's not like I could have really ignored the battle and moved on to go and do something else. Otherwise, I'm pretty sure that like Norio would have died and the quest would kind of reset and I'd have to go through it all over again, right? Um, so I feel like the fact that I somehow managed to complete part 4 way too early, even before going through part 1 and so on and so forth, I think that that is something which it should not be expected behavior from this game. I think that, like, first of all, as I mentioned, when you kind of fast teleport, fast travel to a place, quest line should not automatically just begin at that point. And then number 2 is that, I feel like basically when you have these character quests, such as Masako, such as Norio, Yuna, everyone else, right? When you have these quests, I feel like on the map, it should only show you the next part of the quest, not like the next 3 parts or the next 5 parts or whatever, right? Only the next one part. So if I, have not yet done part 1, it would only show part 1 on the map, not part 2, not part 3, not part 5, not part 7, 10, whatever. Um, and that way it makes it easier to kind of control the flow of that tale and make sure that you don't do any of the missions out of order, right? Yeah, I think that would be a much better quality of life improvement for the character tales. Okay, so I've already finished part 4. That means that we can immediately jump into part 5. I'm gonna go ahead and target that, and then speak with Norio. Am I supposed to do something here? Cannot fast travel. Why is that the case? Why can't I fast travel? Because it's not like I am in the middle of combat right now or anything. Okay, what if I save and then go back to the title screen? I wonder if it'll reset then. Because yeah, as far as I'm aware, chat, I completed part 3 of Norio's questline, and I didn't have anything else to do for part 3. And so now I was like trying to, you know, travel to a new area. Cannot fast travel during current objective. That is so bizarre. So bizarre. Like, what is currently going on that I cannot fast travel? I don't know.
櫛寺で助けがいるとノリオが申しておったな。
A temple in Kushi. There we go. Okay, now I can fast travel. So it seems like all I needed to do was basically get up and walk around, and eventually I would have like a dialogue. Huh, okay. That's a little bit strange. I found that to be extremely confusing.
こうした戦の最中では神に助けを求めてはいかがでしょう。社は鳥居の向こうにあります。
頼みを聞き入れてくださると良いのだがな。
聞いていらっしゃるし見ていらっしゃる。鍛錬を続ければ答えてくださるでしょう。
そうだな。励むとしよう。
I feel like I've gotten that dialogue before from people. So I don't think I need to see it anymore.
杉寺の住職だな。なぜこの地に？
豊玉で民を束ねていましたが、猛虎に襲われ敗走を。
大きな戦であったゆえ、足跡をつかめるといいが。
集落がこの近くにあります。
行ってみよう。
Okay. The Blood Sutra. I believe this is part 5. I hope I didn't just start randomly doing part 6. Reach Koshimizu Farm. Okay, okay. So this right here is, yeah, part 5. Okay, perfect, perfect. Alright, let's go, Norio.
すでに言った。猛虎に攻め入られておったが追い返したぞ。
ならば住職はそこに。孔明様は以前も姿を消したことがありました。僧たちの間で大きないさかいが起きた時のこと。
発端は何だ？
恥ずかしながら詳しく覚えておりません。孔明様が戻らぬため総出で探しに出ました。
見つかったのか？
隠れておいででした。いさかいを止めようとしたのでしょう。
事態は良くなったのか？
いさかいに意味はなかったと一度気づかされました。
そうおっしゃればいいものを。
耳を貸さぬ者には行動で示せ。孔明様の教えです。
Okay, we are going in the right direction. That's good. I do remember liberating Koshimizu Farm. I think it maybe was a small farm, but it might have been a big one.
孔明様は櫛寺にとって唯一の頼みの綱。もし何かあれば皆が逃げ出してしまう。
よし、集落に向かうぞ。
Okay. Hopefully we're not going in the wrong direction. Oh, it's like across this river, it looks like. How do we get there? Surely there has to be like a pathway down, right? I don't think we can jump down here, can we? Maybe we can? Okay. I suppose it's one way to go about it.
煙、集落からです。
Where's this fire? Oh, there it is. Is that the one that they're talking about? Wait, where did Norio go? Maybe he ran ahead.
かけろ、風。
聞いたか。石川先生は死んでいなかったんだ。
Doesn't seem like the right area.
神谷方を襲った大風について変な噂を聞いたよ。
神主様が祈りを捧げたから大臣様と風神様がお答えになって猛虎の船を吹き飛ばした。
Somewhere over there, it looks like. What's going on, Kai? Welcome on in, Raiders. How are we doing today? Hello, hello, hello. Welcome, welcome, welcome. What were you drawing today, Kai? What were you up to? I always know that Kai is drawing something very, very interesting in terms of the concept, right? Typically, for those that don't know Kai, Kai is a very, very talented, amazing artist who likes to basically take Pokemon concepts and sort of turn them into more realistic human designs, among many other skills and talents. But Kai, hope your stream was fantastic. Hope you had a wonderful time. I appreciate the raid. I'm pretty sure, if I'm not mistaken, Kai probably has to go and grab some dinner at this point, because typically Kai will stream like an hour before dinner, and then you know, after an hour of drawing, they'll dip out and eat some food. So I totally understand that you gotta dip out, but appreciate you a lot. I'm a Kai expert. I would like to think so. I feel like that title is a little bit too generous, but Kai is a wonderful human being. I was very, very fortunate, very lucky that I got to meet Kai whenever I went on my trip to visit family in Malaysia. And yeah, Kai was way too generous, way too kind. I was frustrated by, you know, how he would not allow me to cover any expenses at all. But Kai is a good man, a good person, and a very skilled and talented artist as well. So I very much appreciate, being acquainted with him for sure. Um, yeah. Kai said, "Have a good stream." Thank you so much, Kai. I know you gotta raid and run. I get it. Enjoy your dinner, man, and I will chat with you in the future for sure, especially in Pete's Discord and in your future streams as well. But yeah, welcome on in, Raiders. Hope you all are doing well. If any of you out there for some reason don't know who I am, then hi, I'm Capybara. It's nice to meet you. I am a fellow Pete and Connor Twitch viewer. I watch CDogVA, I watch Premiere 2, aka twitch.tv/Peter. Wonderful, wonderful streamers, and I'm a big fan of their content. So that means that, of course, me and Kai, we do have a mutual hobby, a mutual interest with these particular streamers, these particular content creators. Yeah. So for anyone who doesn't know who I am, kind of a Souls enthusiast, a Souls-like enjoyer. And I typically try to play a lot of various games out there, not just stick to like one genre, one category. Recently before this game here, before Ghost of Tsushima, I was playing a couple of different indie video games, including Katana Zero, The Messenger, Ender Lilies, and Nine Souls, which was a fantastic adventure. But yeah, I try to do a little bit of variety gaming, but Souls games and Souls-like games are kind of my strength. Those are kind of what define me and my channel. Yeah, so as you might be able to tell from the title of the stream, if you did catch the title, it's totally okay if you don't. A lot of the time, viewers don't look at the title of the stream that much. Basically, this is my very first playthrough of Ghost of Tsushima. I have completed the main story of the game. And right now, I'm kind of working on completing some side content, specifically the character story quests that are in this game. I believe this character story quest that we're working on right now is the final one that we have not yet completed. And then after doing this, there's a bunch more side content that is available. Not to mention there is a DLC for this game, which involves kind of like a prologue to the main story of Ghost of Tsushima. So at some point in the future, I will be experiencing all of it. But yeah, this is my very first playthrough of this game. I am having an absolute blast with it. I really appreciate it. And I can understand why, for example, Chris Broad, who I am assuming a lot of you out there are familiar with, he actually praised Ghost of Tsushima long ago for being one of his top favorite games of all time. And I can definitely understand why. I can see the justification playing it myself. But yeah, we're just chilling here. We're vibing. We're doing a little bit of Tsushima gameplay. Right now, the quest that we're working on is for a character by the name of Norio, who is a warrior monk, a Japanese warrior monk. And we are kind of going through his story quest, trying to learn more about him, learn more about his friends, his acquaintances, and his backstory, pretty much. Yeah. So that's what we're up to. If any of you raiders decide to stick on by and lurk, just chill, relax, I appreciate it a lot. If you guys got to dip out, I totally understand it as well. Here in the US, it is currently getting close to 3:30 a.m. in the morning, so it's very late. And for some of you out there, it might be very early in the morning, or it might be, the same as me, very late. So if you guys need to dip out, if you need to sleep, if you need to eat, drink, do anything to take care of yourselves, please do that. And I will not be bothered by the slightest. But I wish you all the best. I want to thank you, Raiders, for stopping by, even if it was for just a very quick second. And yeah, I wish you all a lovely, lovely rest of the day or night, wherever in the world that you're watching from. I appreciate all of you out there. So yeah. I don't know how long I will be continuing my stream for, because I've been live for 6.5 hours at this point. So I might be ending my stream pretty soon. I'm not sure. Like, my goal was to ideally finish the entire Norio questline. But I don't know how long that's going to be. That might take a while, so I might have to pause it in the middle. Yeah. That's so long. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, Sea Dog Simp. Like, this game, it's really good. I like this game a lot, and one of the things that you will discover about this game, if this is a game that fits your type of enjoyment when it comes to playing video games, it's very easy to play this game for many hours and lose track of time. I think, like, one of the longest live streams that I've done for this game, I was playing it and I just was not paying attention to the clock at all. And I looked at, how long I've been live on OBS, and it showed like 9 hours. And I was like, holy crap, that is ridiculous. And it does not really help that typically I tend to stream during the late night degen hours, which means that it does cut into my sleep. But yeah, what can you really do about it? Insomnia is a fun friend to have in life. But yeah, yeah, yeah. 6 hours is a hell of a long time. I know that there are plenty of people out there who typically they tend to stream and they'll do shorter streams. They'll do like 2 hours, maybe at most 3 or 4 hours. But yeah, doing like 6 hours, it can be rough, mentally, even physically as well. It can be very, very rough, which is why, I try to rest and relax as much as possible, which actually that brings up a very, very important thing that I'll share with you raiders out there. I know that, unfortunately, not everyone in the world is rich and has all the money to spend. So there's a bunch of people out there who cannot, subscribe to channels. They cannot purchase Twitch Turbo. If you do have to deal with advertisements on Twitch, I do very much apologize for that. Ads on Twitch are terrible. They're garbage. I hate them. The way that it works on my channel, just to give you guys a heads up, is that every hour on my channel, I run 3 minutes of ads, and that way, I can make sure that there are no pre-roll advertisements for new viewers coming in. And it also allows viewers to enjoy, like 50, I think it's like 57 minutes of stream before they get hit by ads, right? So every like 57 minutes, 3-minute ad, and then another 57 minutes of content. So that's what I do. And for the ads that I run, when they happen, I typically will immediately pause the game, pause whatever it is that I'm doing. And I've decided, I kind of started doing this a little while back. I've decided that during the ad breaks, I'm going to basically take a moment to get up, stretch, do a little bit of exercise, and drink some water as well. So it'll be like a way for me to take a break from the game and allow my viewers to, step away and do their own thing, right? Grab their own food, grab their own drinks, stretch. If they need to, they can leave the stream at that point. That's totally okay. But yeah, that's kind of how it works on my channel. I try to make sure that during the ad breaks, no important major gameplay or content is missed by my viewers. But yeah, we actually have an advertisement, an ad break that's starting in about 25 seconds from now. Maybe a little bit longer than 25 seconds. So during that 3-minute ad break, I will not be playing the game. I'll be exercising, I'll be stretching, and basically just trying to find a way to pass those 3 minutes faster, faster and faster. Yeah. If you do stick around during the ad break, I appreciate you a lot. It means the world. You don't have to. I ads are the worst, and what you can do is you can like click off of my stream, go away, and then like after 3 minutes or whatever, you can pop back in and say hello, and there will be no ads for you. But yeah, that's kind of how it works on my channel. Wanted to give you guys a fair warning and let you know. In the past, I used to do it where it's like every 30 minutes there was 1 minute and 30 seconds of ads, but I feel like that was maybe a little bit too frequent, and so I decided to change it a little bit and make it hopefully a better viewing experience and easier to enjoy gameplay, enjoy content without being interrupted so often, right? But yeah. In any case, let's see. It says ads starting soon on OBS, so I don't know how long it'll be, but oh, there we go. There's the 3 minutes of ads. Okay. I was going to walk around in the game and see if I can get closer to my objective, but this will do. So yeah, if any of you out there are not currently watching ads right now, this is basically what I end up doing. I during the ad break, I stop playing the game. I have a little dumbbell right here. I think it's like maybe, I don't know, 25 pounds in terms of weight, and I do some exercises with it. Kind of just trying to keep myself fit and healthy rather than, sitting in a chair for so many hours doing nothing. I feel like this will hopefully be a little bit helpful with managing my muscles, my bones, my blood coursing through my veins and all that stuff. And so, yeah, I essentially every ad break, I take a moment to, lift the dumbbell, and I do 5 lifts on each arm, at minimum. Sometimes, if there have been times in the past where I have been so focused on the game that I completely missed out on an ad break. And if that happens, then typically during the next ad break, I will do 10 lifts on each arm as sort of like a way to compensate for the missed ones. But yeah, essentially, we don't really do too much during ad breaks. We kind of just get up, we stretch, we move around, we exercise a little bit, and also drink some water. Oh man, yeah. Water does help quite a bit, even though I'm not a big fan of water. I only drink it because I know that my body cannot survive without it. But if it were up to me, I would drink other things like, orange juice, soda, anything else that has some type of delicious flavor to it. I'm not really a coffee guy. Coffee doesn't really, I don't know. I feel like it doesn't really benefit me, doesn't really help me at all. And the sort of positive effects that other people talk about when it comes to drinking coffee, I never really felt that way myself whenever I drank it in the past. I think the only like coffee stuff that I would ever try or that, I have drank in the past was primarily cappuccinos. But other than cappuccinos, I don't really mess around with any other types of coffee or yeah, like caffeinated beverages. So yeah. That's basically it. Me just stretching around, me just, lifting some weights, and, if there's something interesting that I can talk about randomly during the ad breaks, then I absolutely take that opportunity to, right? But yeah, that's typically how the ad breaks go. 3 minutes pass by and we can jump back into the gameplay. And yeah, I try to do that, so essentially my streams, the way I have it set up is that, I start my stream and then the very first ad break of my stream, it happens 30 minutes into my stream. And unfortunately, I can't put it more than that. I can't put it at the 1 hour mark or anything like that. Twitch does not allow it for some reason. So the first ad starts at the 30-minute mark. And, for me, I have kind of like this rule that I put in place where for the very first ad break, I don't need to force myself to exercise because, typically during the beginning of my streams, I tend to yap a lot. I tend to just blah, 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 blah over and over. And so there's not really any gameplay happening. And therefore, during the first ad break, people don't really miss much. And so, I don't really do any sort of exercising or anything. I kind of just yap during that time. Try to, you know, finish whatever train of thought it is that I'm discussing at that moment. And then the next, like the second ad break on my stream happens at 1 hour and 30 minutes into my stream. So starting at the 1 hour 30-minute mark, every time that there's an ad break, you know, every 1 hour, I do some exercise and I try to take care of my body, try to keep myself physically, you know, a little bit active, and also to replenish my hydration, you know.
生きたまま役なんて。
ノリオ。
Search the house for signs of the abbot.
クロード様が技の裏に入ったらしいな。
酒売りの姿に変化したって聞いたよ。
そうじゃないだろう。
まさか住職。
クロード様を荷車に隠
すべて燃やしてしまう。違います。孔明様ではありません。
他を探せ。
侍、人を身分で判断しないんだな。
友人から聞いたんだが、その酒売りと海谷であったらしいんだ。
海谷ならうまく先を隠せるな。
それで酒売りが言うにはクロード様に気に入られたからいつか召し抱えてもらえるそうだ。
酒売りの分際で侍になるってばっか言うな。
藁の寝床。湿り気も。
逃げ仰せられたのでしょうか。
Perhaps he was smart enough. Could he have climbed out the window?
して身にまとい裏口から逃げたな。
生きておいでかも。
Okay.
この方角へ行ったようだ。
きっと生きていらっしゃる。
Oh, I see the footprints. All right, let's follow them. Where did they lead? Are they forward here? I don't see any footprints up ahead here. Maybe they're over here? He did keep going that way. Okay. So where's the next set of footprints?
足跡が深く広くなっておる。
走ったんだ。
Okay, there they are, picked up again. Seems like he went straight ahead. I don't see him turning or anything, so maybe he's up here. Yeah, it looks like he came up these stone steps. Mongol warriors? They should be easy. Lovely. That's 2. 3. 4. 5. Any more? Are we done? Alright. That was clean. That was really clean. Yeah, so for those of you who have never played Ghost of Tsushima and are not familiar with the gameplay that it offers, in this game, there's a mechanic that exists which is called standoff, where, you know, kind of as a samurai, you have the ability to, you know, challenge the Mongol enemies to a kind of 1v1 duel, where you have the chance to kill the enemy in one swing of your sword. You know, when you first start playing Ghost of Tsushima at the very beginning, the standoff ability, it only allows you to kill one enemy with a standoff. As you progress through the game, and as you upgrade your character more and more, you get to have more chances, right? I believe, if I'm not mistaken, the maximum number of enemies that you can kill in a standoff is, I think, 6 enemies, if I am not mistaken. And the way that you do that is you upgrade your character. You know, you have these techniques that you upgrade, and I believe it is, I think it's this one right here, standoff. So you upgrade it. And I think this one, it allows you to kill, I want to say like, either 3 or 4 enemies. Yeah, so I think it's 3 enemies. 3 enemies in a row. And then, if you upgrade... So if you obtain a particular set of armor, right? And you upgrade it to the maximum. This one right here, it increases the standoff streak by 2. So that means that, I believe, if my math is not wrong, that means that you can kill up to a maximum of 5 enemies back to back to back. And it's really satisfying, really clean. That is basically one of the aspects of the game that I really do love, and I think is really neat. There are some other mechanics that I also do really enjoy, but I am someone who is a big fan of like stealth and assassination. So, you know, being able to quickly kill enemies without giving them the chance to counterattack, it is very satisfying, right? Which is why I do appreciate the standoff ability. And yeah, it's something that, they were searching the waterfall's edge. Okay. Yeah, it is something that I really enjoy. It makes me feel very powerful whenever I'm able to get a good standoff. But yeah, that's kind of what we just now witnessed. Is you guys saw the standoff mechanic at work. No way he jumped down and survived. Surely I'm not gonna survive that, right, chat? Should we follow the Assassin's Creed mantra and do a leap of faith? Alright, let's do this. There we go. Somehow we survived that. Somehow we made it out alive. Investigate the waterfall below. Should I go maybe underneath the waterfall? I think we found him, chat. Oh no, did he die? Oh shit. I think he perished, chat.
住職がいなければ僧は逃げ、寺は落ちます。我らの負けだ。
それは何だ？
これは法華経。ご自分の血を使って書かれたようです。
さながら自世の句か。
法華経には誰もが仏になれるとあります。豊かな者も貧しき者も。
それが今はの言葉。
残された皆を思ったのですね。
寺の僧に見せよう。住職の意志が伝わればとどまるはずだ。
interesting。
孔明様が血でお書きになった法華経です。住職の声が聞こえませんか？猛虎に立ち向かえ、そして諦めずに踏みとどまれと。
我々が住職のご意志を継ごう。
櫛寺は落とさせない。
炎上様がお守りくださった寺がその弟と酒井様に再び救われるとは。
手を結び猛虎を倒すぞ。
That's a good ending. I like that. I like that ending. Ooh, nice. We got a technique point. Let's go. Okay, Charm of Resistance 2.
本尊も見つけねばな。
The Statue of Buddha. Oh, interesting. So yeah, chat, for those of you who are not familiar with the game and the way that the sort of character tales work, so you can see here on the screen, we have Norio's tale. Basically, it's split up into multiple different parts, you know, multiple segments. And what we just now completed, that was part 5 out of 9. And we have essentially 4 more parts to do. We have parts 6, 7, 8, and then 9 to finish off this quest line. Yeah. So part 6 is the next one that we need to start, and we continue from there. And as you can see, you know, looking at this map, if you've never played this game, this map is absolutely massive, just insanely large, and there's so much to do. Like there's so much side content, right? So I feel like if you ever decide to try out this game to play it, you will have plenty of gameplay to enjoy. Whether you're, you know, just focused on the main story, whether you are, you know, kind of playing the side content as well, right? But yeah. Let's see here, chat. What do we want to... I guess we'll go ahead and upgrade this one, even though I don't really consider it to be that important. I will upgrade it anyways. And I did get a Steam achievement for that, so that's nice. And then we can also start unlocking these exploration ones here. Let's see. Increase max health. Increase max resolve. Shinto shrines where you can find new charms. Discover items that allow you to personalize your appearance. Fox dens will lead you to Inari shrines where you can earn additional charm slots and upgradable charms. I think honestly the max health one is probably the most beneficial for us immediately. So I'll start with that one as the priority. There we go. Okay. Let's see here. So I've been live for almost 7 hours now. Almost 4 a.m. in the morning. I'm tempted to continue, chat. I think like maybe I can do part 6 of the quest, and then part 7, 8, and 9 we can leave it for another stream. But yeah, I should, you know, conclude my stream here because it is very, very late at night. But I love this game a lot. I think that this game is incredible, and you know, I do want to like continue playing it forever and ever and ever until I'm able to finish everything if possible. Yeah, this game, like, I think anyone out there who tries it can agree. This game, in terms of the visuals, in terms of the music, it's absolutely a beautiful work of art, and I really do appreciate it for that. Alright, very cool. So we got supplies. Let me see here. Is there anything else? We do have upgrades from the armorer. Yeah, we can probably visit the armorer here and upgrade a part of our gear. And then after that, we can continue on with part 6. And I think part 6 will be the last part that we work on for today's stream. So we already did Gosaku's and the Sakai one. Let's do the Samurai clan armor then. There we go. And then after that, we will work on the ghost armor, I think. Because the Ronin one... Yeah, I don't really care about the Ronin one, nor the Traveler's one. Yeah, no thanks. Okay, and then I need to make sure that I swap back my outfit. Let's see, I want the Sakai armor. There we go. Yeah, so one really cool thing about this game, chat, is you do have the ability to kind of customize your character. You know, basically there are three parts of your outfit. There's the helmet, the mask, and your armor. Now, the armor in this game is kind of like the main piece of equipment that you need to worry about. It's the one that, you know, gives you buffs and you know, improves your character's combat abilities. The mask and the helmet are purely cosmetic stuff that you can change to whatever you like, whatever you want to wear. So that's really nice. As for me, you know, basically I have kind of three different armors that I really enjoy. There's the Sakai clan armor, the Gosaku's armor, and then the Samurai clan armor. I really like all three of these because of the abilities that they grant to the user. And the rest of them I don't really care about that much, because unfortunately the benefits that they offer are not really that valuable, not really that good in comparison to the three that I mentioned. We also do have the ghost armor. This armor, I would say that the like the second and third abilities that this armor has, if you upgrade it, those abilities are really nice. But I feel like, in my opinion, the first one is kind of useless, which is why I don't really value it as much as the other armors. The only, you know, special thing about this armor that I do appreciate is there's a very important character that you will meet in this game by the name of Taka, and he is kind of like a blacksmith, and he kind of becomes a friend of yours, right? Someone that you can trust with your life, and he ends up giving this armor to you. I won't go into any details, you know, spoiling the game, but he gives you that armor, and it is a gift from a trusted close friend of yours, so it's obviously something that you want to appreciate, right? So yeah. But that's kind of like the armor system in general for this game. So let's fast travel back to this location, and let me go ahead and where is it? Let me see where Norio went. I think he's in the building. Was it on the left side here? I think it was on the left side. Maybe the right side. Okay, it's on the right side here. I see him.
どうしてご本尊を。
ここにあったのか。
さようでございます。しかし猛虎が奪い、浜の方へ持ち去ったのです。
私がご本尊を取り戻すと約束しましょう。
あの炎上でも守れぬ約束だな。
Don't worry about us. We've got the main
今のは何
protagonist.
の話だ。
戦で死んだ兄のことです。守り手を失ったことでどの層も及び腰になってしまっています。
Have a good
腰
one,
抜け
Sea
とも
Dog
め
Sim. I'll see you later. Appreciate you stopping by.
かつて兄のおかげでこの寺は賊から守られたこともあったというのに。
こたびは我らで守ろう。
Yeah, so Norio's brother, who passed away, died to the enemy Mongol forces. He was revered as one of the best warrior monks in the region.
寺に戻しましょう。
浜に持ち去られたと聞いた。後を追うぞ。
Yeah, so he was revered as a legendary warrior monk. And unfortunately he ended up passing away. So, you know, all of the monks now have kind of lost
怒っておるな。
何を根拠に。
話さぬからだ。
あの宗目が兄上について知ったような口を聞くからです。
一人で戦ったと聞いたな。
それは噂。実際は兄の指示で3人の僧兵が戦いました。
足止めか。
尊い犠牲です。僧兵は死にましたが、その身を挺したことで兄が賊を切り寺を守れたのです。
That's an interesting difference from the legend. Okay, do we have the destination marked on the map? I don't see it marked. Okay, so we're just, I guess we're following Norio. All right. Man, look at how pitch black it is, chat. It's like absolutely so dark you can't even see, you know, a centimeter in front of your face. That is one of the like slight issues with this game. Basically, you know, the way that this game works is that there's like a day-night cycle that plays, and you can't really change it. You can't really influence it. You can't really modify it. And the only thing that you can really affect is you can change the weather. You can change whether it's like raining or you know, whether it's windy and sunshine, things like that. But changing the day-night cycle is not possible as far as I'm aware.
何があった？
一人で猛虎の後をつけて本尊を返すよう頼んだのですが。
どちらへ行った？
森の外に行きました。山の方へ。
次は平和の世に生まれますように。この僧も寺のために命を懸けたのですね。
お主もだろ
う。Yeah, that's kind of rough, you know, trying to explain things with an arrow just sitting in your chest, you know. All right, Kaze, let's go, buddy. I think is it this way? Wait, what is this structure here? Is this like a bridge? I can't even see what it is that we're running up against. Alright, Kaze, let's move you away from whatever this platform is. It's so dark I can't even see anything. So I think we just need to go straight forward, if I'm not mistaken. Return to the search area. Okay, are there like footprints or something? There might be footprints that we're supposed to check. Wait, is that their camp? That might be their camp.
本尊があるはず。
まずは奴らを罰してやらねば。
There we go. Nicely done. No, you don't. This motherfucker. There we go. Nicely done. Yeah, so I would say, chat, that in this game, one of the most dangerous enemies that exist are enemies that have a spear that they wield, right? Spear enemies are very, very annoying because they kind of like, they have several different attacks. One of them is where they kind of jab forward. They have another attack that they kind of like swing the spear sideways. And then they have a third attack that is like a sweep where they swing low at your legs and you kind of have to jump over it. And, you know, in my opinion, one of the biggest criticisms that I have about the combat in this game is that there are different stances, combat stances in this game, where certain stances are meant specifically to deal with particular weapons, right? So you have a stance that is intended to be used for spear enemies, one meant for sword enemies, one meant for shield enemies, and another meant for enemies that are big. You know, they're brutes. They have a giant shield or they have a giant sword, you know, things like that. And so I think that, you know, out of the 4 different combat stances, the stance, which is used for spear enemies, is by far the worst one. I feel like, you know, it's good at offensively attacking the spear enemies, without a doubt, but it's horrible at defending against them, which I dislike a lot. I feel like that is such a disappointment. The other, you know, the other 3...
大昔に空から落ちてきた星を掘ったものだそうです。麗しい。
島に2つとない宝だ。寺に返してやろう。
Yeah, so the other 3 stances that exist are much better at defending and much better at
兄が成
attacking
敗
as
し
well.
て名を挙げた族もご本尊が狙いでした。
これまでに幾度も盗まれそうになったはずだ。
また新たな犠牲が出るのでしょうね。
盗まれた方がいいか。
いいえ。しかし宝が多いからこそ欲や妬みを呼ぶのです。
櫛寺には叔父上と来たことがある。幼いながらも本尊の美しさに驚いたな。
幼い頃、私も家族と櫛寺を詣に来ました。その時、僧になろうと決めたのですが、今は何を守ればいいのか。
この対馬を守れ。
そうですね。
Very nicely done. The cause of suffering. I wonder if this is like a sort of lesson that material items are not meant to be, you know, revered in such a manner, right? They're not really a high priority when it comes to balancing between whether, you know, your life is more valuable or other people's lives are more valuable than material items. Alright, very nicely done. So now, I believe we have... What is this? Is this part 7? Yeah, this is part 7. Okay. Chat, it is 4 a.m. and I've been live for 7 hours. I feel like I should probably call it here. Like, I am really, really tempted to finish this character quest, but yeah, I don't know. It's something that I feel like I can wait until the next stream. It's very likely a smarter decision to wait. So yeah, I think the game plan is going to be, you know, during my next stream, we can basically finish up Norio's questline. We can start working on these mythic tales, right? So we unlock these mythic tales, we go through them and you know, complete them. And then after the mythic tales, I feel like we can probably, at that point, start the DLC. I think that might not be a bad idea because like all the, you know, all the remaining stuff in the main game, besides the mythic tales, besides Norio's questline, all the rest of this stuff is kind of extra side content, and you know, the kind of rewards that you get from doing that stuff, it's not really that substantial. It's not like a huge, impressive reward for each side mission. So I think that I can, kind of leave that stuff for playing offline and just doing it off stream whenever I feel motivated to. Um, yeah, yeah. So I think that's what we'll do. Next stream we have kind of several different objectives. We have obviously Norio's questline, then we have each of the mythic tales to go through, and hopefully we'll be able to wrap that up, in one stream or maybe in the next 2 streams. Yeah, very very nice. With that being said, let me see here, chat. When did the game save? Exactly at 4. Okay. So it did save for me. Let's go ahead and I'm gonna go back to the title screen since we are gonna be ending stream. Yeah. I had a wonderful time today, chat. Absolutely wonderful time. Again, massive shout out, massive thank you to the one and only Kai. He is a legendary streamer, legendary artist. If any of you guys out there are not following Kai, please go ahead and do so. I absolutely highly recommend it. He is a better streamer than I am and than I will ever be. And I'm very honored, very glad to be acquainted with him, to be a friend of his, right? Yeah. So with that being said, we will wrap things up here. And let me see if I can find somebody to raid. First of all, I'm gonna pull up my outro song because I do have one. For those of you who have never heard it, I have an outro song. So I'll pull that up very quickly here, and then let me open up Twitch and see who the heck is live streaming. Oh, Pete's live. Yeah, he's playing Breath of the Wild, which he refers to as Breath of the Boring. I always love Pete's descriptions for these games that he kind of criticizes. Yeah, we'll go and raid Pete. We'll say hello to Pete, chat, and we'll get to enjoy his fun content. Yeah, I had a lot of fun during today's stream. It was really awesome. There was a little bit of an interruption that happened during my stream, so again, for the viewers out there, I do want to apologize for that interruption. It was not something I was expecting and not something that I wanted to happen. But yeah, with that being said, chat, we will go ahead and wrap things up at this point. Before I dip out, before I disappear, I do want to let you guys know. So the next time that I will be live streaming is going to be Friday. It's going to be this upcoming Friday, which is, let's see, what day is that? November 7th. Yeah, November 7th I will be live again, and we will be doing more Ghost of Tsushima. So, definitely look forward to that if you have an interest in this game. I do not know about this weekend, specifically Saturday. I do not know if I'll be able to go live and stream. I absolutely want to, but depending on my schedule, depending on what responsibilities I have to do, I may have to cancel my Saturday stream and reschedule it. Thankfully, from when I looked at my academic calendar, it seems like the work that I need to do for Saturday, it seems like it may not be very lengthy, but sometimes my classes, they like to assign extra work and give me more tedious things to do. So yeah. I'm not sure about Saturday yet, but I will see you guys on Friday for more Ghost of Tsushima. One last thing that I will mention, for those of you out there who maybe saw the pinned message, or maybe you didn't see the pinned message, and for those of you who potentially raided in and potentially are lurking, basically, I've recently started a sort of collaborative event with a fellow IRL streamer, not IRL streamer, sorry, a streamer friend of mine who I am friends with IRL. I know them personally, right? My good buddy Just Drew Main, he is playing Elden Ring. from the very beginning of the game, starting a fresh, brand new account, playing the game basically for the second time ever, because the first time that he tried playing Elden Ring, he got stuck with a really difficult, beginning boss, and he ended up quitting the game. He walked away from it and decided to uninstall. And so he's giving it another chance. He is retrying Elden Ring to see if he can get back into it. And, he is basically experiencing the game through a sort of co-op, multiplayer experience. And so it's me, Drew, and one more friend of ours by the name of Mr. Greasy T. Essentially, the goal, the plan, is that every single Monday we want to try and do an Elden Ring stream where we kind of collaborate with one another, and we play Elden Ring as a squad, as a group. And so this past Monday, which is actually like, I guess technically 2 days ago, but I'm gonna say yesterday, basically during like the last 48 hours or so, we did our very first collaborative live stream. I did not stream, I did not go live on Twitch, but I was a voice in the background of Drew's stream. And if you take a look at the pinned message in my chat, we have the link to the Twitch VOD on Drew's channel that you can check out, and you can go and watch that Elden Ring co-op experience. So next Monday, right, next week on Monday, we will be doing our second ever Elden Ring co-op live stream, and it'll be awesome. I do not know if I will ever go live myself on Monday and stream Elden Ring on my channel. I could, but I may decide not to, because honestly, being able to appear as a guest on my friend's stream and play the game without a webcam, without having to manage OBS in my own stream, I feel like it's very comfy, very, very lovely. And not to mention that, basically during the past couple of weeks, I typically have found that my Saturday live stream, I've had to reschedule it to a different day. And so for the past maybe 2 weeks, 3 weeks or something like that, I've been normally streaming on Fridays, Sundays, and Tuesdays. And so, if I do hypothetically continue that same streaming schedule, then it would be kind of tiresome to stream on Monday, then to stream on Tuesday after that, right? Because that would mean that, Sunday I do my own stream, Monday I stream and I play Elden Ring with my good buddy, and then Tuesday I do my own solo stream again. And yeah, streaming 3 days in a row, it's not really something that I am super well built for. I can do it. I've done it in the past for sure, but it's not something that I'm like, yeah, let's go 3 days in a row of streaming. It's not something that I prefer, right? If I can kind of space out my live streams, I think it makes it a lot better. But yeah, we'll see. Maybe there's a Monday where I'm like, screw it. I'm motivated. I'm excited to play Elden Ring. Let's go live on my channel and let's stream. But if I don't go live on my own channel, you guys, every Monday, you guys can find me over on Drew's channel, and I'll be playing Elden Ring with him. I'll be lurking in his streams and having a fun time. So yeah. But in any case, though, chat, that's it. That brings us to the end of today. We're gonna be raiding Peter, as I mentioned. So let me go ahead and get my my different raid messages available, and then we're gonna do raid Peter. Perfect. Awesome. And then yeah. What I'm gonna do is I'm going to, let's see. I am going to pull up my outro song. There we go. And yeah, I'll go ahead and yeah, I'll do my typical outro that I normally do. Oh boy. For those of you who have never met these lovely individuals. These two absolute furballs, these two adorable creatures, are basically the mascots, the face of my channel. These are two best friends. They are capybaras, and they are absolutely adorable. Yeah, every time that I go live and stream, they kind of hang out with me and cheer me on the side. And at the end of the stream, you know, they get to say hello and say goodbye to you guys, wishing you all a very wonderful day or night. Yeah, as I always love to say at the end of my streams, to everyone out there, whether you were watching the stream, you currently are watching the stream, or you will be watching the VOD in the future, thank you guys so much. I appreciate you a lot. You guys are the best, especially all of you lurkers out there. You guys are the backbone of Twitch, so please keep doing what you do, and yeah, I very much am thankful for all of you. As always, please stay safe out there, stay happy, stay healthy, eat lots of yummy, delicious food, make sure you guys drink plenty of water, always, always, always stay hydrated. Bottom line, take care of yourselves. Stay comfy, stay cozy, and I will catch you guys on Friday, November 7th for a brand new live stream. Yeah. For now, it's gonna be peace out. It's gonna be farewell and good night, and let's get the outro song started, shall we? Cool. I'm gonna swap over to the ending screen and start up the outro song pretty much immediately. And the raid over to Peter's stream will happen once the song comes to an end, immediately at that point. So stick around if you want to see some Breath of the Wild gameplay from Peter, and we'll all get to enjoy his content together. Yeah. All right. Much love to you all. Good night. Peace out. Bye bye.